Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After Governor Mark Gordon recommended funding WYDOT's almost $283 million budget pitch, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that lawmakers met on Monday in Cheyenne and asked questions amid budget shortfalls.
They're anticipating somewhere between $400,000 and $600,000 shortfalls. And they're asking for like $282 million for the upcoming biennium, which is about a $30 million increase from their most recent biennial budget. And Governor Gordon backs it. He supports this request. The Wyoming Legislative Joint Appropriations Committee, which is the tip of the spear in crafting the budget, didn't subject WYDOT to some of the just gouging questions that certain other agencies endured.
The meeting of the state legislature's Joint Appropriations Committee at the state capitol marks the start of week 3 in the committee's 4-week budget planning marathon. Trump's move to rebuild Venezuela's oil industry after Nicolas Maduro's capture could put downward pressure on prices, squeezing Wyoming oil producers already operating on thin margins. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to industry leaders, and they're saying many questions are still unanswered.
Oil, the new Argentinian beef, in that here you have a president promoting a product from another country that could conceivably compete with oil drilled right here in Wyoming. Well, the answer is not quite as clear-cut as it was with beef. The oil markets are more complicated. It's a different kind of crude oil coming out of Venezuela. In talking to experts, a couple things came to light. One, is Venezuela's oil going to hit the market? Probably at some point, but it could take years, maybe 10 years, and maybe $100 billion in investment to get them up and running again at full capacity.
In October, Wyoming ranchers joined a national outcry when President Trump proposed importing more beef from Argentina to lower grocery store prices. Now, 3 months later, Wyoming's oil industry wonders if it's facing a similar threat. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. Focus on the road, not on your cell phone or your radio. Make sure you focus on the road. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 75-year-old man died Sunday when his Chevy Cruze plunged off Wyoming Route 310 into Wheatland Reservoir number 1 after going airborne for 90 feet. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that divers recovered the victim after 2 hours.
According to the Highway Patrol, a 75-year-old driver is driving a Chevy Cruze at a high rate of speed. For some reason, went off the highway. His car went airborne for about 90 feet. It struck the shore, then it went into the water at Reservoir 1. And a fisherman who happened to be nearby heard it and just walked over and saw the car slipping under the water. The Sheriff's Department responded. They got divers on the scene. And, it wasn't visible at first where the car was, but they used kind of sonar tracking, which, you use for fish and large objects in the water. They were able to locate it. It took about a couple hours, and they were able to hoist it up, and inside they found the victim.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol tells Cowboy State Daily that the man was the only occupant in the vehicle, and the cause of the crash is still under investigation. Espy's restaurant in Cheyenne is famous for its green chili, breakfast burritos, and irreverent roadside messages. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that on Monday, people were stopping to take photos of its latest, quote, "I am so broke, moving to Minnesota and opening a daycare."
It's a family joint, mom and pop. They don't take things too seriously. He said, you know what? In Wyoming, people take things with a grain of salt. They don't fly off the handle at every single thing. They're fine if something's a little bit politically incorrect. And it's okay to, he says, it's okay to poke fun at stuff. And his customers agree. Sometimes it does bring people in, he says, people who have said that they stop out of curiosity to find out what's behind the comment on the sign.
SB's owner, Todd Espinoza, said his humorous take on the scandal isn't a political statement, and so far he hasn't gotten any complaints. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill?
No.
You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's a Tuesday, January 6th. I think Jen is Jen's in Florida, and she wouldn't take me. Well, she was up for it, but we couldn't work it out. That's right. So there'll be no Jen Coker first thing. That's okay. Hey, congrats to Montana State. They did it. They won that football championship. FCS national champs. Montana State beat Illinois State. What a game. 2025 champs. They did it with a walk-off field goal from what I saw. Congrats to them. When Jared Petrino will be on tomorrow, we'll talk a little bit about MSU. I know David Madison is probably happy. He's Cowboy State Daily journalist based in Montana. And he roots for Montana State. Good job, Grizzlies. They're the Grizzlies, right? I'm pretty sure Montana State Division I FCS. I'm pretty sure they're the Grizz. Am I right? People can answer me on the Facebooks. No, they're the Bobcats. Okay. The Cats. Way to go, Montana State. Bobcats win, beat Illinois State, and all is right with the world. Let's, we got to cover what we're doing today. A lot of Cowboy State Daily stories over the weekend we didn't have time to get to yesterday. We'll check in with those. Claire McFarland taking a look at the budget session, and in particular, YDOT's ask. They're needing about $282.8 million budget. It's got the governor's blessing, and we'll see where that goes. It includes things that weren't previously in a YDOT budget, a Wyoming Department of Transportation budget, including tasers for Highway Patrol. Previously, Highway Patrol just shot you, and you probably deserved it. No, actually, they were using the stick, the baton, but Highway Patrol worries about the optics of that. I don't worry about the optics of that. If you're being a bad guy and running from the cops or doing crimes, and they choose the lesser of lethal submission tools, you should be thankful that they're not throwing lead at you and you're just getting the baton. You got no problem with this stick. The optics are fine for me, but whatever. If you'd rather get hit with 50,000 volts, okay. Other stories, obviously, we're still digesting the fallout of President Trump's removal of President Nicolas Maduro and what it might mean to the following: oil. Was this ever about drugs? Under the guise of drugs, under the premise of drugs, President Trump was able to make the findings to do what he did, and there probably is drugs involved. The export of drugs from Venezuela in cooperation with Colombia, Cuba, and other bad actors. But what's it going to mean in the end for oil price? Venezuela sits on, I think, could be the second largest oil exporter if they were pumping at capacity. But they don't. And they haven't. And what oil comes out of Venezuela goes to primarily, again, those bad actor countries. Iran. I won't call China a bad actor, but they're different. China benefits from oil exports out of Venezuela. So that presumably will stop. In a perfect world, Venezuela becomes the oil producer it could and should, and that oil starts heading north rather than east. We'll see. And what will it mean for domestic oil production, in particular Wyoming? And how is that going to affect prices per barrel? Crude oil right now trading at what, $58 on the market? Crude oil. I think last I checked, it was like 58-ish. Yeah, 58.46. See, never question me. When am I ever wrong? Hardly ever. I grasped that number out of thin air. $58.46 as of January 6th right now. There you go. Accurate once again. Does crude oil, what's going to happen in the oil scenario? David Madison kind of crunches some numbers, takes a look at that. Also, with the Trump capture of Maduro and his wife, who's next? That's the big question. Colombia? Colombia is more than just the outdoor sportswear. Colombia is an actual country in South America that's got a lot of drugs also. They do drugs really good. Colombia's biggest export is either the outdoor wear, which that's a company, has nothing to do with Colombia, I don't think. After a Colombia, outdoor jacket, the next biggest export out of Colombia is drugs. Cocaine, meth, whatever. And they do it in cooperation with Venezuela, supposedly. And the Colombian leader said, "Come get me," to Trump. Careful, the last guy to say that got. Be careful with that kind of talk. Trump will come get you. Trump's not done with the land grabs. He's not even bothering to slow down to justify the grab of the president of Venezuela and the takeover of that country. He's already got eyes on Cuba. Are they next? Colombia, and of course, Greenland's always on the table. Trump also has a list of demands for Venezuela's new leader, currently the VP, and we'll see if Darcy plays ball or not. It doesn't look like she's going to, not from her initial statements. But Trump has given her a list of demands. You've got to do these three things or we'll come and get you out of there. We'll talk about that later today. 75-year-old man dies when his Chevy Cruze goes airborne, sinks in the Wheatland Reservoir, number 1. I'm surprised there was enough water in there to sink a vehicle. 14 feet of water is where the vehicle landed. Speaking of YDOTs, their latest update on how many snowplows are hit. Claire McFarland has that. This is an old story. Andrew Rossi usually covers this select niche beat of snowplows struck by dum-dums who don't see them. We've covered this. This year hasn't been so much an issue just because it hasn't really been wintry. A little bit down there on I-80, but Wyoming has had 97 snowplows hit by vehicles in the past 5 winters, including 15 last year. Is that a lot? Yeah, it's over the average. Typically about 8 snowplows a year get whacked. And they got the fancy new light system this year. I'll be interested to see if that's working. Previously, I think there were the blue lights, right? And you can't see the blue lights through the cloud of snow thrown up by these snowplows. So I think they're going green, if I remember right. I don't know. We'll dig into that story later. The Cheyenne restaurant Espy's making fun of that whole Minnesota fraud thing. I am just barely getting up to speed on that. I really don't care for any news coming out of Minnesota. It's always so woke liberal crap. Not my favorite state. And I was just there. I had eyes on. I'm not a big fan of really anything Minnesota. If they didn't play hockey, they'd have no redeeming value, honestly. But yeah, the daycare, the fraud, and Trump's sending ICE. He's sending the ICE queen there. 2-week intense operation to the Twin Cities, by the way. Triggered by, in part, this whole fraud thing. Espy's was making fun of it. The restaurant that has that bulletin board, that board outside, similar to what churches have, the message board. And Espy's got the great sense of humor. They had something about the whole daycare fraud thing in Minnesota. I would gloss over this whole topic if it wasn't for this Espy's restaurant sign and the fact that Trump did send Kristi Noem and her troops to Twin Cities, Minneapolis, and said, start turning over rocks and figuring out where the money's going, figure out who the bad guys are, start enforcing stuff. Yeah, ICE is on its way to Minnesota. Gillette Airport, we'll talk about that. Renee Jean talking about United Airlines, Gillette Airport. It's a success story. And maybe that success could be duplicated in Rock Springs and Cheyenne, where I don't know why anybody would fly out of Cheyenne with being so close to Denver. But, maybe it'll be worth it. I don't want to get off too deep in the story. I'm just supposed to be glossing over them, but I have driven to Denver to avoid flying out of my nearest airport because it was too expensive. So if you live in Cheyenne and Denver's an hour and a half away, I've driven 9 hours to Denver to beat what was double the airfare flying out of Jackson. Now that's not surprising. Doing anything in Jackson is double what it ought to be. But I have driven to Denver to get a direct flight and make huge savings. It was worth it to drive 9 hours. So if you live in Cheyenne and Denver's an hour and a half away, DIA, yeah, you're driving there. Why would you fly out of Cheyenne? But I want, airports to be successful, I guess. Here's why you might not want to drive out of Cheyenne. Maybe you just getting out of the city might be troublesome. Another bronze sculpture struck in downtown Cheyenne by motorists hit on Sunday. Multi-car crash. Third time the driver has taken out one of Cheyenne's 82 bronze sculptures. I don't think there's yet 100, even though it says that in the subhead. There is going to be 100, and I think the latest count is 82. If you've ever been in Cheyenne, you've seen the bronze sculptures along the streets. Really cool. We've talked to the artists behind that effort. We've highlighted that. One, interesting aspect is these things get hit a lot. They're right there, on the sidewalk. And this is the third time one of them got hit and wrecked. The sculpture's okay. It was a rabbit, but the pedestal is total. A Gillette man nicknamed Crack Pipe. I'm going to stop there. Can we get an arrest warrant? If you're trying to get an arrest warrant from a judge, one of those deals where you're trying to get one in a hurry, you want a warrant to break the door down and go get a guy. That's as far as you should have to get with the phone call. You got to wake the judge up at 3 a.m, right? The cops need that warrant real fast. Normally, you got to go through the paperwork, but a judge can fast track it. He can say, you can call him up, wake him up. The judge is in his pajamas. I don't know if judges wear silk pajamas and they got the robe, and you wake them up at 3 and they're like, their judge wife, Mrs. Judge, says, "Who's that calling at 3 a.m? Oh, it's probably work, hon. Go back to sleep." And the cops say, "We need a warrant real fast." And the judge says, "Oh, well, this better be good. It better be important. What's the case?" And the cops say, "Well, we got a Gillette man here they call Crack Pipe." And that's as far as you'll get. The judge will be like, "Done. I'll make one phone call. The warrant will be waiting for you in my office. Go get him." Yeah, we got this guy called Crack Pipe. Okay, I've heard enough. Go get him. Yeah, Crack Pipe accused of stealing credit cards. Now, I will give Crack Pipe some credit, and I'll tell you why. Because of what he stole and how he used it. Crack Pipe's got he's got a little bit of go in him. He's got a little bit of can-do in him. I admire the hustle. He got some hustle, man. He's got some juice, Crack Pipe. Wyoming energy leader reported is appointed to the National Coal Advisory Council. That's good news for coal and for Wyoming. And, a few other stories over the weekend that we haven't really touched on. We'll have fun with that, including the license plate thing. I'm seriously considering the rodeo license plate because it looks so cool. I don't do license plate by the cause, as I've said. I'm currently rocking the university plate, UW, although I'm not an alumni. So obviously, I don't need skin in the game. I don't need to be backing the cause when it comes to slapping tags on my rig. I just like the look. I don't want to be rocking around with that old plate. I hated it. I hated the one before that. I have not liked a Wyoming license plate since it was just, an old one like this. The one I got behind me. I just want basic brown or gold preferred. I don't need a fancy artwork. Me and law enforcement, me and highway patrol want the same things. An easy to read license plate. Simple. Solid background, solid numbers on it, and the buck and horse. That's it. I don't need anything more. I don't need a fancy artwork reproduction of the Tetons or the Devil's Tower. Not necessary. I'm not advertising really anything. I'm just toting around my numbers. Make it simple, make it look Wyoming. So as I wait for my university plates to be stamped out by some convicts, and the wait is long. I'm like almost 8 weeks in, and supposedly that's the turnaround time. I digress. But yeah, I have to get the new university plates, the changeover after 8 years. Just like you regular slobs who are rocking the new black plate, which DMV insists is dark blue. And I insist they've gone colorblind. The new plates are black, yo. I don't like those. So, yeah, I do the UW plates. But unlike yours, when you go to renew, when you go to pay your latest registration fee, your license plate's right there waiting for you. They assume you're just going to roll over, go for another year with that same vehicle, and there's your plate ready to go. Well, not the case in the vanity plates, the UW plate. Apparently, the universities ensure you're going to be around or still around, and once you say, yeah, I guess I'm going to have to get the new plate, they go ahead and order it and start making it. It's not ready to go, I guess. So they got to send the order to Rawlins, and some inmate has to start working on the design and manufacture of my new license plate. I don't think they make the plates in the penitentiary anymore, but I just assume they do. I mean, it's an old standing tradition, right? I mean, they used to break rocks, and then that was considered unconstitutional. And now we have convicts make license plates. So I don't know how long it takes for some felons to stamp out my new plate, but apparently a long time. Here it is, January 6th. I was supposed to have these tags on in October. And I'm driving around illegal. Oops, I said it out loud. Sorry, but I still haven't been pulled over. So maybe I stop. What I'm meaning to say is maybe I stop waiting. I just call a halt on that. And I go to the rodeo plates, which look pretty cool. And we'll talk about the 2 new license plates approved at the last legislative session. One of them supporting the rodeo cause, the sport of rodeo in Wyoming, and the other supporting search and rescue outfits in Wyoming. I would do the rodeo one. It looks pretty cool. So, yeah, we'll do that. I got weather for you next after the break.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick. From ranch roads to mountain peaks, if it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Getting back to it. The Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Here's the weather forecast. Don Day will be on later today, and we'll talk day weather forecasting. Don's got a lot of L's on his weather map thingy. 2 high-pressure systems down south, one in the Gulf of whatever. You want to call it the Gulf of America, Gulf of Mexico. And one sitting over Southern California. Everything else north of that is L's, low pressure systems. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 L's. What does that mean for weather in Wyoming? Something. That's where you got to call in the meteorologist. All I know is to, step outside in the morning and go, ooh, I better put on another jacket. Casper, sunny, windy, 46 today. Lander, sunny, 47. Mostly sunny in Shoshone, 48. Evanston, sunny with highs in the upper 30s. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, 42. Slight chance of snow in Pinedale. Otherwise, partly sunny afternoon, 33. Afton, snow. Mainly late afternoon. Highs 32 in Afton. DuBois, chance of snow after 2 as well, with mostly sunny conditions until then, 35 the high. Jackson, snow after 4-ish in the afternoon. Cloudy, breezy, 34. Thermopolis, mostly sunny and breezy. Highs in the upper 40s. 46 in Cody, partly sunny and breezy. Sunny in Buffalo, 47. Beautiful day. Sunny and near 50 in Sheridan. I'll take that. All day and twice on Sundays. Gillette, sunny, breezy with highs 50. Newcastle, sunny, 48. Torrington, sunny and windy with highs 54. Sunny and windy in Douglas, highs in the upper 40s. We'll talk to Douglas resident Kevin Meyer later today and ask him if that weather can be confirmed. High wind watch in Cheyenne till about 5 tonight. Sunny, windy, highs in the upper 40s. Laramie will top out around 40. Sunny and windy conditions. Sunny, windy in Rawlins with highs near 40 as well. How did December stack up? I asked Don last week. He said, I haven't tabulated everything yet. Maybe today he has. I know they have down in Colorado, so get with it, Don. Colorado's ahead of you. I heard the numbers from Colorado, and it was the second warmest December ever in Colorado. I think for Wyoming, it's going to be the warmest December ever. I'm pretty sure. I mean, how could it not have been? Meteorologists stunned after looking at ominous details in December weather records, a pretty big pattern change. I'm looking at this story out of, what is this? TCD? The Cool Down. Okay. Timothy McGill writes it. The Boulder National Weather Service office called the numbers out of Fort Collins for December eye-popping, quote, eye-popping. Fort Collins, by the way, in December had 3 days that reached 70 degrees or more. That's a record. I'll say December 70. For the most part, Fort Collins, this city, had its warmest December on record, surpassing the previous mark by an easy 3 degrees. Much of Colorado, Grand Junction, Denver had their second warmest December on record. Just extreme temps in Colorado overall. Averages that were 8 to 9 degrees above zero, said meteorologist Dennis Phillips. Steamboat Springs, nearly 12 degrees above average for December. Double-digit stuff. Cold pattern coming in this week for Colorado and Wyoming. signifying a pretty big pattern change. But the long-range forecast does not show necessarily a deep freeze or any big storms. It just shows more winter-like, although still above average. Looking long-range at the 10-day forecast, we'll see if the same conditions are true for Wyoming. Drought conditions across the western slope of Colorado worsening with these warm temps. Second warmest December on record for many municipalities in Colorado on the Front Range. And not surprising. Kind of got the same here in Wyoming. I'm looking at the license plates. And, you know, I just don't have the energy to be mad at PETA anymore. It's just too easy. It's low-hanging fruit. I mean, this whole idea that Wyoming should be bristled against PETA. Well, let's just put away our differences. PETA is concerned about animals, and there's nothing wrong with that. We don't need to throw the baby out with the bathwater. PETA rails against rodeo, and that's an affront to Wyoming. I understand. I love rodeo. I make part of my living in rodeo. I'm all about rodeo. And PETA needs to just back off a little bit. But we do need an organization like PETA, we being mankind. Because if left to our own devices, if there wasn't a balance, there always needs to be a balance and check, right? Check and balance. That's the government works better when you got checks and balances. So rodeo without PETA is bull stabbing in Mexico, right? I mean, kind of. Rodeo without a check could be in danger of turning into the bloodlust bullfighting sport of Mexico, which Mexico City, by the way, banned bullfighting that ends in the killing of the bull. We just want to tease the bull until it loses its mind with the red cape. We don't want to actually kill the bull in the end by sticking spears in it. I mean, that's kind of bloodthirsty. I mean, that's right up there with the Romans feeding Christians to the lions. This is the kind of sport mankind will devolve to, if not for a PETA. So I don't mind there is a PETA, and I don't mind that they say, oh, you know, roping hurts the cows. It hurts the calf. It jerks them. And it hurts the goats to tie their legs together. I mean, we need that voice. Now, we also need to occasionally tell that voice, shut up, you're wrong. Calm down, Karen PETA. But I like that there is a PETA. And I like there is someone out there on that end that's worried about animals. So am I. And so are people in rodeo. That's what we need to get across to PETA, is we care for animals as well. And just because we ride a bucking horse or a bull doesn't mean we don't like them. The sport of riding wild animals doesn't hurt them. It's not injurious to them. In fact, there's evidence that these animals like what they do and are good at it. And they're every bit the athlete that the cowboys and cowgirls are. They're well cared for, well fed. And if they didn't have this line of work, they'd be on the McDonald's menu. So back off, PETA. But, you know, I don't want to just knee-jerk stick a thumb in their eye like some lawmakers who say, when PETA said, you know, the emblem of rodeo, the emblem of steamboat on your license plate, you should get rid of that because that promotes animal cruelty. Now, this is where PETA has gotten out of their lane. Back off, you know. But I think the opposition from, let's say, Senator Callison, he said he voted against, I'm sorry, Cal Case was against the license plate because we already have too many vanity plates. Well, he might have a good point. But some lawmakers said that they were voting for and liked the idea of the new rodeo license plate. Senator Brian Boner is the Republican out of Douglas, and he said it was kind of a tongue-in-cheek retort, an answer to PETA's suggestion that Wyoming remove Steamboat, the bucking horse. PETA sent a letter to state leaders June 27th, 2024, urging the legislature to design a law that would allow vehicle registrants to opt out of using the bucking horse and rider logo, which is currently state statute required to appear on all license plates. Okay, so that's... See, again, I don't want to be the guy coming to the defense of PETA because too many people don't listen carefully, and all they're going to take away from this is, oh, Jake on that show, Jake likes PETA. He's such a liberal. He's such a woke snob. But PETA did not say eliminate the bucking horse. They didn't say you got to take it off. They're saying people should have a choice. So that's a little more diplomatic than I thought it was. Just in case you're offended by having the rodeo horse on your license plate, and you might be. Maybe you were offended by having the Tetons on your license plate back when that was the background. Or maybe you don't like the Devil's Tower. Maybe you're offended by that. People are offended. There's no shortage of things that are going to trigger you into being offended. Maybe you're offended by the cowboy riding a bucking horse, and maybe you don't want it on your license plate. Should you have the ability to opt out? Well, it's nice to give people the freedom of choice, PETA, but that would probably be really expensive. I just detailed how hard it was to get my new plate, 8-week turnaround to get a license plate made, because prisoners aren't working as fast as they used to. And in this new woke world where wardens aren't allowed to whip inmates and get them to work and make license plates, like put a quota, I need 100 plates out of you a day. Oh, you're not allowed to do that because now prisoners have rights and they have lawyers, and they'll sue the warden and the penal institution for making them work too hard. So now we get like 3 license plates a day out of these prisoners, and the chances are that you'll get a plate on your truck if you want one that doesn't have the bucking horse. Good luck. 8-week turnaround would be optimistic. Probably an 8-month turnaround. Make me a plate without the bucking horse. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it's going to work. But to oppose that just because it's PETA, that's what I'm saying is it's too easy. It's low-hanging fruit for lawmakers to say, you know what, we're going to double down now. You want a license plate with no bucking horse? We're going to give you a license plate that promotes the bucking horse so hard that it's going to appear 3 times on the license plate instead of once. And in fact, it's going to appear in a photograph form instead of just the silhouette. How's that? That's kind of what lawmakers said. Here's what the new plate looks like. That's the rodeo plate on top, search and rescue on the bottom. The rodeo plate would have a dude riding a bucking horse, just looks like he's trying to fork a bad one out on the plains. It looks like he's ready for a day of moving cattle, and he hasn't lunged his horse. You got one of those cold back horses that, they're good once you get them lined out. But the first time you get on them in the morning, they're going to test you. It looks like he didn't lunge his pony enough, and he just jumped on, and whoop, the rodeo's on. These usually happen at about 5, 6 in the morning. And it has the silhouette bucking horse twice in each bottom corner of the plate. So the rodeo plate does look like a FU to PETA. Like PETA says, can people opt out of the plate? No. And not only can they not opt out, but we're going to come out with a special license plate that triples, that doubles down, that triples down on the bucking horse. Here's 3 of them now. And stop sending us letters, PETA. The next one, we're going to put 6 bucking horses on the plate. If we get another letter from you, I might get it just because, not because I want to take a political stance against PETA. I might get it just because it's so cool. The plate says Wyoming rodeo, the official sport of Wyoming. I love the background. It's just, it looks like the high plains. And you got a guy riding a horse that's being naughty. And he's just getting all humpy. And this guy's already lost his hat. And it's cool. That is Wyoming. I dig it. But do we need more specialty plates? Good point. Brought by Senator Cal Case, who I mentioned, who said, we got enough of these. We do. We have a lot of plates. We got, how many do we have? Cal Case said the design was sold to him on the floor of the Capitol as thumping PETA, and 22 other legislators signed on as the license plate being unnecessarily adversarial. I agree. That's the point I'm trying to make, Senator Case. I'm trying to make his point. I don't think, we shouldn't just go hard at PETA to be difficult. We should just ignore you. The best way to deal with your adversary is to ignore them. Why give them even the credit when they say take the bucking horse off the plate and you come back if you come back harder with a total different plate? It just shows you're kind of desperate. I think you just ignore them. Anyway, Brian Boner's all for doubling down on rodeo and sticking it to PETA. Meanwhile, Cal Case said, we've already got enough of these things. And we don't need to deal with the whole PETA issue this way, with issuing a special license plate. But the letter from PETA does have some insightful language. If you continue to promote rodeos, read the letter from PETA, we ask that your license plate at least more accurately reflect the cruelty that animals exploited for entertainment endure with the silhouette of a bloody spur. I don't know where they get the silhouette of a bloody spur. I mean, the sport of rodeo requires cowboys to mark out their animal, the spur action of riding a bronc. But this does not cause blood in any rodeo I've ever seen. But yeah, the PETA letter is kind of a little over the top, and Wyoming's reaction is way over the top, issuing a special plate for rodeo. Although I find myself wanting to get one. I think I want to get one. I'm going to look into it further.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Yeah, that second ad break this hour always seems short to me. And maybe because I'm not quite up to speed in the morning and I don't know if I'm not running fast enough to the coffee pot. That second ad break in the first hour feels like it's 30 seconds short. And that's the break I use to get more coffee and to go outside and clear the snow off the deck and off the wife's car so she can roll out on her commute. And there's never enough time. That's like 2 minutes I've got to do all that. And I swear it's 90 seconds. I don't know. What stories are impactful to... Oh, wow. Okay, I want to talk about crack pipe. The dude, not the actual instrument. Crack pipe and Gillette. He's accused of stealing stuff, not the first time. Crack pipe's also facing charges that he burgled a Menards store. Like, you know, the more I read about this dude, the more I think that he should not be punished. Almost should be celebrated. Almost. Colby Cole Thomas is his real name, but he goes by, I guess, the alias Crack Pipe. I don't know if he gave himself that name or that's just how law enforcement knows him. The 50-year-old Gillette man, whose court file says, so that's even in it's in actual documents. It's not like it's an AKA that only the cops know when they're around the water cooler. It's actually in his court file. Mr. Colby Cole Thomas will appear before the Honorable so-and-so judge, also known as Crack Pipe. So it's like in the official docs. He's charged with stealing a purse from a baker. This young lady went to work. This unnamed woman went to work on December 3rd at the Maine Bagel Company in Gillette. And she left her purse like she always does in the back room and goes to work baking our pastries that we all enjoy at the coffee shop. She gets to work at 6 in the morning, puts her purse on the shelf in the back of the shop. Next thing you know, she gets a notification about 6 minutes before noon, a notification on her phone that 2 of her credit cards have been charged. One was a failed attempt, $250 at a Walmart, and Walmart didn't take it. The other was $145.95 charge to Covert Instruments, an online purchase. That did go through. And the woman said, I didn't make any of these. She ran to her purse, opened it up, and found out, yep, 2 of her credit cards was gone. Probably the cash, too. She had a little bit of cash in there, keys to the car. The only thing Crackpipe was interested in was the plastic. I don't know what his attempted purchase at Walmart was, but I can only think it had to be very useful because Crackpipe is, I got to throw in a whole mess of allegedlys here to keep Claire appeased. Crackpipe is resourceful, if anything else. You know the old thing, teach a man to fish? You can give a man a fish and appease his hunger for a day, or you can teach him to fish and you'll forever have him self-sustainable. Is that sort of paraphrasing the old teach a man to fish parable? Give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, feed him for life. Yeah. So Crackpipe made the online purchase with a stolen credit card, allegedly, to purchase tools, lock-picking tools. Because after all, Crackpipe's in the business of picking lock. That's his, it's like, you know, a fireman buying a flameproof vest or a hockey player purchasing a helmet. He's just buying something that's useful in his line of work. He's a burglar, allegedly. He burgled Menards, getting into the back row. So that's how Crackpipe supports himself. He picks locks. So online, he uses a stolen credit card not to buy trivial stuff. These aren't frivolous purchases. He's looking to secure his career choice, his occupation. And maybe his old tools are antiquated. He went to this online company, by the way. They sell lock-picking tools supposedly to a law enforcement, but the average Joe can also buy them. I don't know why the average Joe is allowed to have lock-picking tools, but look, I got to credit Crackpipe's hustle. He got game, man. He's not just stealing credit cards and buying like stupid stuff, buying drugs with it. He's buying lock picks, which will allow him to pick locks, steal money to buy drugs. So he's thinking ahead. Crackpipe is laying out a game plan, allegedly, for his life choices with lock-picking tools. Yeah, I can see a little bit of hustle in this guy, but he's in trouble. Another case under his name lists one count of felony burglary, another of possessing burglar tools. This is not the first time he's had lockpicks. And yeah, so he's already looking at a background of other charges concerning B&E. And now the latest is stealing credit cards out of a purse, allegedly. Claire McFarland has that story about the Gillette man named Crackpipe. And I say, hang on before you pass judgment. Crackpipe showing some juice. Just trying to get his hands on some lockpicking tools. We're out of time this hour. We got a break for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side of that 6 minutes from now. Stay with us. We got more to come on the Tuesday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. United Airlines dropped Gillette's flight guarantee, proving Wyoming's subsidy program works as airports mature towards self-sufficiency. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that other communities like Cheyenne seek more state money amid rising costs and legislative hurdles.
They no longer require a minimum guarantee to get United there. United is flying there on their own dime. It's a great success story for the whole program. I think the next one probably in line to achieve that is probably Cheyenne. Their flights are pretty full. They're about 80% full most of the time. You know, maybe they need a few more people buying premium seats. That really helps. If people want to know how they can help their community airport get better, that's one of the ways is not to go for the cheap seats.
It's not just tourism, though, that benefits. It's also local businesses, quality of life, and healthcare access, too. Wyoming has had 97 snowplows hit by vehicles over the past 5 winters, including 15 just last winter. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming Department of Transportation officials said Monday that being a plow driver can be dangerous, but higher pay can help keep those jobs filled.
I talked to Jordan Young, the public information person at YDOT, is there another factor besides just how bad the winter is that you've identified? And she's like, no, we didn't pin down other factors. So far, the correlation we're seeing is the worse the winter, the more strikes there are.
Like last month, last year's winter brought mild weather in Wyoming, but not mild enough to reduce vehicle versus snowplow crashes back to the single digits like they were before 2019. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. YDOT wants to remind you, put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. Focus on the road, not on your cell phone or your radio. Make sure you focus on the road. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. In 2025, hunters fought public land access challenges in the courts and even by helicopter. While some legal issues about corner crossing are settled, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the tension over hunters accessing public lands remains in 2026.
We had the Supreme Court essentially settling the whole years-long corner crossing debate by refusing to hear it. In other words, whenever a case comes before the Supreme Court, they have to decide whether they're even going to hear it. And they decided, no, we're not going to hear it. All the lower courts had decided in favor of the hunters and against the landowner. That essentially settles it. That settles the matter that corner crossing is legal in Wyoming. Now, a lot of what people call landlocked public land, which is land that's behind or adjacent to or surrounded by private land, a lot of that can't be accessed by corner crossing because of the manner in which it's surrounded.
While corner crossing seemed settled, many hunters noted that there are still millions of acres of landlocked public ground in Wyoming in the West, meaning isolated sections of public land completely surrounded by private property, making them inaccessible even by hopping corners. A bronze sculpture of Lazy Days of a rabbit in downtown Cheyenne became the latest to be hit and damaged during a Sunday multi-car crash. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that this is the third time a driver has taken out one of Cheyenne's 100 bronze sculptures.
two vehicles collided into each other, and one careened and hit this one with enough force to knock over the stone pedestal and batter the bronze bunny that was lying on top of it. Until they installed bronzes in Cheyenne, nobody was hitting bronzes in Cheyenne. So it's accidents. Accidents happen. The bronze sculptures have been unscathed or just very minorly damaged. So if you drive your vehicle into a bronze sculpture on a stone pedestal, that is not a fight you are going to win.
Cheyenne art dealer Harvey DeSelms tells Cowboy State Daily that he had to send an awkward text to the mayor on Sunday saying, "I told him we're going to need the city to come rescue a bunny." And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There I was, 16, divorced, remarried with a baby, another on the way, and I could barely read or write. It was time for me to change my life and the lives of my family, so I went back and I got my high school diploma. That was the catalyst I needed. Now I have a bachelor's, a master's, and I became a teacher.
Mom, this is your very first yearbook.
Your commitment to education motivates me, your coworkers, and your students.
You showed me that if you come from nothing, you can still be anything.
You told me I deserve to succeed.
It's been 15 years and I still live by that.
You're the model for success for your kids, grandkids, and your students.
When I look at all these success stories, I cannot help but think it all started by getting my high school diploma.
When you graduate, they graduate. Visit finishyourdiploma.org to find free and supportive adult education centers near you.
We're back from top of the hour news. Just continuing and putting a period on the discussion of Colby Cole Thomas, the 50-year-old Gillette man known as Crack Pipe. That's his street name. Yeah, I had a little fun with Crack Pipe, and I feel bad. That's, speaking of low-hanging fruit and just biting back when PETA tells you to stop doing rodeo, I'm guilty of the same thing. I just reach for the low-hanging fruit here. You got a suspected criminal nicknamed Crack Pipe, and what radio guy's not going to have a lot of fun with that? I'm sorry. My initial knee-jerk reaction was to have fun with that story, but here's actually a teaching moment in the story by Claire McFarland, by the way. The 50-year-old Gillette man now suspected of lifting a couple of credit cards out of a purse that was unattended in the back room of a bakery or of a cafe and using the credit cards to purchase pick locking tools online and have them sent to his house. Oh boy. Okay. Criminals, if criminals were smart, we wouldn't catch them. But anyway, what I wanted to follow up on is the Facebook comments on this story, which I am pleasantly delighted. For the most part, this is why the comment section exists on social media. Most of the time I see comments, and the comments supersede the stories many times, right? The story post on Facebook is supposed to be just an alert that, hey, here's a story you might want to read. Just it pops up on your social as a kind of an alert, like, hey, you might like this story. It's not meant to be a chance to just go off and create a comment section that overshadows the story itself. But that is often the case. And the comments are not very constructive, right? I mean, they're terrible. many times. And then the comments devolve into some side quest where you got two people going at each other and others eating their popcorn, just watching how the comments hijack the story and become a life of its own, and a life that we're not proud of. It's just ugly. But this is one of those rare cases where I say, I see this and I'm like, you know what, Zuckerberg, keep comment sections open on Facebook. Here's what they're for. This story about crack pipe. We got a comment from Chris. I won't use any last names. Chris said, I worked with crack pipe at Hardee's back in 1997. Good dude. Matthew says, say what you want about this guy, but there's not a single crossword on this planet he can't solve or a Scrabble game he's ever lost. So already, Crackpipe's the guy after my own heart. He's a word guy, apparently. Matthew said he's also had a rough life. So anybody commenting with hate ought to know this. He wasn't always like this, and his story isn't over. That's a sentence that will stick with me, Matthew. Whenever I see a story about some guy and he maybe doesn't look like the most upstanding citizen of all times, and I want to make a rash judgment, you know, I see somebody in an orange jumper with tattoos above the neck, and I'm ready to convict. But this is good to remember. Words from Matthew. He wasn't always like this, and his story isn't over. God just may grab a hold of him, and all of a sudden he's Jelly Roll or something similar. Jelly Roll also saw the light, had a turnaround. Yeah. Good point, Matthew. Constructive comment. And it slapped me in the face for making easy radio morning talk show fun of Crackpipe, for his nickname, for his... Although I did say I admired his hustle to steal not just the fish, but the fishing pole. Stealing a credit card to purchase lockpicking tools. That's operating on a whole nother level. And that is an indication you got, a guy who's somewhat intelligent. So, yeah, I'm rooting for Crackpipe to turn his life around. Maybe a little stint in jail where he can't get access to drugs, presumably, although you hear about how inmates get cigarettes, contraband, drugs, women, they get all kinds of things in the joint. Hopefully, yeah, that would be a drying out period, and maybe Crackpipe can turn things around. Colby Thomas can turn things around. I really enjoy some of the comments here. People who know him, it's great. People not rushing to judgment like I did. People who know him, people who say, hey, hang on before you automatically assume what's going on here. This guy has some redeeming features, and all of us, any of us, can turn things around. Good point. Special guest I forgot to mention coming up later today. We're going to have Ken Callison on. Ken's going to talk about his new book concerning world peace. Man, it was never more needed, right? You look at the events of today, the global events, and it feels like we're about 2 seconds from WW3. I mean, you watch what's happening. China unleashes COVID on us, presumably. China and U.S. tariffs, making a war in tariffs. Russia making a war with Ukraine. Iran threatening to wipe out everything that's not Iran. Anybody who doesn't read the what do they read? The Quran. – Israel going at it with Palestine. And now the U.S. goes and snatches the president out of Venezuela to promote oil industry, oil safety around the world, or get rid of drugs, one or the other. Yeah, it feels like the lid's about ready to pop off the pressure cooker. Peace has never been more needed. World peace no longer optional, says Kenneth Paul Callison. His new book, The Way to World Peace, an idea whose time has come. We'll talk to Ken and get some info on his book and some of his observations. And Dr. Alexia Harris, I'm so happy she's going to be on. I've been trying to get Dr. Harris on the show since we started, more than a year ago. Dr. Harris is kind of the lead doctor epidemiologist with Wyoming Department of Health. She's the one wearing the lab coat for the Department of Health in the state. And I have much respect as someone who was extremely skeptical of the pandemic and of COVID. And I very much did not like anything I heard come out of the mouth of Dr. Fauci. I didn't necessarily like what came out of the mouth of our local medical representative here in Teton County. I mean, can you imagine the Blue County, Teton County, and the whole COVID thing? It was whatever you experienced in Teton County, it was times 10. So I found myself turning to the state medical chief, Alexia Harris. And Dr. Harris, I thought, was really sensible. The governor, Mark Gordon, leaned on her advice very much, very heavily, consulted her every step of the way, including eventually lifting many restrictions in the state. And I've been trying to get Dr. Harris on, and just to no avail. And then I think one of our bookers here at Cowboy State Daily, all of a sudden I saw her pop up on the schedule today. I'm like, that's fantastic. So we will touch on a little bit of the COVID thing, a little bit of the super flu. Is that something to fear in Wyoming? It sure looks like it. And we'll talk about measles and what's going on with there. The state had not had a case of measles since I want to say 5 years, and not in 25 years has the state had measles spread in the state. I mean, measles was eradicated for the most part in 2000 because of herd immunity. But hold on, it's back thanks to Texas. Yeah, the first case is discovered in 15 years. 5 new cases in Fremont County. We're going to talk about measles, super flu, COVID, all kinds of things with Dr. Harris. That will be fun. What is with the cat? What is the problem? You went outside earlier. You need to take care of your business when you go out. You get one shot. I might have to take a commercial break just to deal with feline barn cat here. Yeah. I'm also at a transition anyway. We're going to turn our attention to weather. Dave's going to be here in a moment. We'll talk day weather forecast. We'll see if Don has some December updates. I mean, now that we're 6 days into the new month and the new year, can we recap what happened in December? I'm fingers crossed, hoping for, wishing for, rooting for the warmest December of all time. I want to have lived through the warmest December in Wyoming history, and I think I just did. Early in the month, it was cold like winter, briefly, and then there was a little bit of a cold snap later in the month, but other than that, double digit above average temps. It was, we all know, It was warm. It was not a white Christmas for almost all of us. It was a brown Christmas, a soggy Christmas. It's been raining and it's been warm. And if I'm going to deal with that and the lack of skiing and snowmobile, the snowmobile's still up on blocks, if I got to deal with that, I at least want to know that it was the warmest December of all times. We'll see if Don says that when he's here in a moment.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Don Days here. And we can get into the day weather forecast, talk about looking forward is mostly what we do with weather. Who cares about what happened yesterday? Done. Been there, done that, and shoveled it. But I do want to recap December. I see Colorado did, Don, I was talking about it earlier, second warmest December for the Front Range, for the many Fort Collins, all the cities. It was warm down there. And
yeah, it was region wide. It was the whole western region was in the same ball game. Although if you look at the anomalies compared to the 30-year average, it was that Front Range of Colorado, eastern Wyoming, western Nebraska that showed the biggest difference from normal in terms of what the averages were like. Now you go north and east, that changes, but even, all the way into the desert states in the southwestern United States, you go from the high plains east, it was cold, High Plains West, it was warm.
Yeah.
And remember, where you get one extreme, you have the opposite somewhere else.
Which we did. Right. Yeah.
Which is like...
every time I was showing off, taking selfies of me in short sleeves in December, there was relatives in upstate New York. They were like, "Oh, enjoy that. It's freezing here." Like far down to Georgia, and froze the peaches right out of the trees.
Syracuse, New York. Yeah. Speaking of upstate New York.
Yeah.
Even before a few days, even before New Year's, they had over 6 feet of snow in the month of December in Syracuse.
Yes. And I'm from up around there, Rochester, Syracuse. I went to my first concert, Styx and Journey, in the same show. I'm telling you, it was the greatest show of all time. But yeah, I mean, after Syracuse moving to Wyoming, I came to Wyoming for the easy winters. I mean, Syracuse gets belted, Buffalo gets belted, all that lake effect snow. Yeah, but that was a nice December. I see in your weather map, I was looking at your podcast, and this is as far as my weatherman training goes, meteorological training. I see from the weather map, and you'll have to tell me what it means. I see 2 H's, and one sitting over the Gulf of whatever you want to call it, and one sitting over Southern California, and then like 7 L's above that. Holy cow. L's up there, H's down there. What does it mean? Lows, highs?
Well, what it means is right now, where we're going to be for the next 2 days is no change. We're going to continue to get some snow in Wyoming's western mountains. The rest of the state will be unseasonably warm, dry, and breezy, just like it's been. But we do have this cold front Thursday that is going to bring colder temperatures statewide. It's going to bring a little bit of snow to some. This is not a big storm, but, an inch of snow in some places will feel like a blizzard the way it's been. But we're starting to see things happen in slow motion with this block going away in the Aleutians. That Aleutians block is gone now. And so the best analogy I can give you, Jake, is everybody out there with a Windows computer. When you hit Control-Alt-Delete, you reset the system, which is what's happening. So with that Aleutian block gone, we're resetting the weather pattern. But we all know that it takes a while. When you hit reboot, what do? You don't sit there and stare at the screen. You go get a cup of coffee,
right.
You go do some other chores, because you know very well it's going to take a while for that computer to load everything. And that's kind of where we're at. So after this cold front Thursday and Friday, we're going to have several days from this weekend into the first half of next week where nothing. We're going to be under high pressure. But then at the end of next week, ta-da, the window, your Windows logo pops up, the little spinny wheel goes away.
Right.
And that's when we start to see the weather start to happen. That's when we start to see the impacts of the block going away really make itself felt with colder, more wintry weather coming into the Rockies.
And on your podcast, instead of showing us the map of the U.S. or the Western U.S. and all the fronts moving around, yes, you could just show that famous graphic, winter loading, and then we were stuck. Winter loading 10%, and it wasn't moving. You're like, what happened? Spin a wheel. Now we can finally say winter loaded. And here it's here. Okay, cool. I'll watch for that towards the end of the week. So it will get colder. The trade-off is maybe not the moisture that we were getting hammered with from the Pacific. So colder, but
colder. But there's going to be a stretch of weather for this constant snow that's been falling in Wyoming's western mountains. Will take a break next week. So you're gonna have some bluebird days. Hey, I mean, another 7 inches. It's I don't know how many days in a row we've had 7 inches of snow on the top of Jackson Hole ski area. It's piling up, and there's going to be another 7 inches today. So that's going to keep going. But even California is going to dry out. So that's a sign. What you want to look for are patterns. And so things are changing. But like I said, it's a Windows 8. It's going to take a while. I like your analogy of winter loading.
Well,
like it's been hung up at 10% for a while.
Yeah, when you stare at the bar meter, it never seems to move. We were all staring at it all December, like it's not moving. It's not moving. Not loading.
Yeah, weather is Windows, not Mac, unfortunately.
Good point. Well, that's your takeaway from today. Our meteorologist explaining things by the computer comparison. Well, California needs the break from the rain. We need a break to let things settle in the back country. That was a lot of snow load, heavy stuff as well. Let it sit down for a little bit and set up, and then we can go out and have some bluebird days. You're right. Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Don Day in the day weather forecast. Smart stuff from him. Winter's like a PC. If you just joined us, if you just dropped in for the snippets, for the blurbs, you're probably confused. Wait, the weather guy just compared winter to a Mac. What does that mean? Winter loading, still not there. We got stuck on the load of the winter season. So, looking at the Facebook's comments on Cowboy State Daily Stories to get an idea what stories are resonating with readers, those are the ones I like to talk about. If some stories had few engagements and not that many comments, I can assume they weren't important to readers, really. Although that's not my only barometer, because I think one of the more important stories is the one about, I think David Madison wrote this one. For Wyoming, is Venezuela oil the new Argentinian beef? And remember when President Trump did announce that he was going to allow the import or increase import from Argentina of beef because beef prices were going through the roof. And that's good news for ranchers in Wyoming, certainly. But the fact is, it's not good news for anybody looking to sink a knife into a steak. I mean, it started to get painful, the price of meat, the price of beef, because there's just simply not enough supply to keep up with demand. So opening the market to some Argentinian beef, that would bring beef prices down for the consumer. But whenever we talk about things that work for the consumer, we got to remember it also hurts an industry. And that industry is the cattlemen in Wyoming. And similarly, could oil production be hurt, domestic oil production in Wyoming be hurt by the influx of Venezuelan oil? Now, the experts say it's going to be at least a decade, likely more, a decade or two, before we would see any global influence from what happened over the last weekend. Pluck Maduro out of Venezuela and try to shut down the drug export. More importantly, try to tap into Venezuela's oil. Would that, when would that have global market influence? Not for a while yet. You would have to get U.S. companies to return to Venezuela, and there are some that left because the money wasn't there. There's some that left because they were kicked out. I think there's only one company that has U.S. ties still pumping oil in Venezuela. I think it's Chevron. I have to go back and reread this story, but it's going to take billion-dollar investment in the infrastructure in Venezuela because they don't produce nearly to the level they could. And that's partly because Venezuela is not interested in exporting oil to the world. They're only interested in exporting it to their buddies. Iran, I think they export to Iran, right? And well, they wouldn't have to export to Iran. They got plenty of oil. China, and there was one other bad actor, probably North Korea. But yeah, I mean, Venezuela is not sending their oil tankers to the U.S. with any frequency. Chevron is the only major U.S. oil company still operating in Venezuela. Okay, that is true. And they account for 25% of all Venezuelan oil production, according to CBS News and Argus Media. All right. Chevron left Wyoming back in 2016. They no longer operate here. ExxonMobil does. Would ExxonMobil get back into Venezuela? Would other big oil, ConocoPhillips? They were kicked out of Venezuela in 2007. So how long would it take to ramp up oil in Venezuela to the tune where it would have some influence over the market? And many experts say a long time. Like, it's not happening tomorrow, that's for sure. Decades out from what this means in the world of oil, but it's not too soon to think about it, to speculate on what it might mean. I mean, you're looking at price according to New York Stock Exchange, oil trading at $58 a barrel, $58.46. And so you're looking at oil that's kind of below the target. I mean, oil producers in Wyoming say they like to see it at 60, 65 at least, and wouldn't mind if it got up there to 70, 80, 90 a barrel, 100 maybe. Yes, $60 a barrel, kind of the cutoff. But good article by David Madison as he wonders whether if we do open up oil production out of Venezuela, is it similar? Would it flood the market? Would it press down prices on oil the way the Argentinian beef could reduce prices on your steak? Could. Meanwhile, on that topic, here's the list of demands President Trump gave to Vice President of Venezuela, the new leader, and she may set a record for the all-time quickest leadership of Venezuela. She could be out in days. President Trump said, we'll remove you just like we did Maduro. In fact, it may be worse if you don't follow the game plan. The game plan looks like this for Delcy Rodriguez, who took over. She was sworn in officially and continues to say her first order of business in leading her country is to call for the return of President Maduro. So that doesn't sound like a leader that's playing ball with the U.S. U.S. officials have told Delcy Rodriguez, the new interim president of Venezuela, they want to see at least 3 things from her. These are the bullet points on the agenda, Delcy. And they are, 1, cracking down on drug flows. So, yes, the U.S. and President Trump, again, re-emphasizing that this is about drugs, not oil. Cracking down on drug flows, which would include kicking out Iranian, Cuban, and other operatives of countries or networks hostile to Washington. In other words, Venezuela's been friendly with non-friendlies of the U.S. for too long, and it's got to stop, says President Trump. Crack down on the drug flow leaving your country, cut ties with Iran, Cuba, and all those other countries that don't like us, and stop the sale of oil, here we go with the oil, to U.S. adversaries. According to U.S. official familiar with the situation, these are the demands from the White House. So in order of the wish list, Trump and the U.S. would like to see Venezuela do something about the drug situation. That's supposedly why this whole thing started. Although that obvious, you can't take over a country because you want its oil. That's war. That's just declaring war. So under the premise that it's about drugs, yes, you see the U.S., any official word out of D.C. is always going to put the drugs first. 3 things we want to see, says the U.S. to Delcy Rodriguez. Crack down on that drug stuff. Stop exporting fentanyl to Miami. Number 1. Also, cut ties with, kick out Iranian, Cuban, and other operatives of countries and networks that are bad players, bad actors. And then finally, 3rd on the list, stop the sale of oil. And that's the most aggressive ask of the 3, I think. Stop the sale of oil to U.S. adversaries. In other words, this is the U.S. telling Venezuela who they can do business with. That, to me, is the most invasive ask of the 3. And I'm thinking Delcy Rodriguez would have trouble playing ball with the number 1 ask, the drug thing. I don't know if she'd have any control over who Venezuela deals with in the back alleys, Cuba, Iran. Is that Delcy Rodriguez's call, or is that the dark ops of Venezuela? And then who they sell oil to, ooh, that's the deal breaker right there. And that's why Delcy Rodriguez is not going to be running Venezuela for very long, in my opinion. But that, to me, yeah, it's a big story, interesting story. And Clinton agrees. Clinton on Facebook says, great article. This is a significant question. Unfortunately, I'll say the article is not among the most engaged for this morning for stories that came out in the last 24 hours. 132 engagements is pretty good. 150 comments is very good. But all those analytics live in the shadow of the top story of the day, which more encapsulates where readers' interests are in America, basically. And that's Espy's restaurant and the provocative sign outside. More people are interested. What does Espy's have up on their message board today? 768 engagements, 56 comments, 55 shares. And people saying, hey, because of that sign, I'm going to go eat breakfast today at Espy's. I'm going to go have lunch today at Espy's. The sign says, I am so broke, moving to Minnesota, opening a daycare. Obviously, this is tongue-in-cheek. This is the humor that Espy's has always displayed. And it references the whole fraud going on in Minnesota daycare, which, by the way, in parallel news, we find Washington, D.C., President Trump busy again on this front. CBS News reporting that 2,000 agents are deploying to Minneapolis in an immigration crackdown and fraud probe. So DC's on it, this whole fraud mess out of Minnesota. Hundreds, if not thousands, from the Department of Homeland Security agents are on the way to the Twin Cities, and they're going to start looking into the paperwork and see if they can't deport some folks. Crackdown, 2,000 agents and officers from ICE on the way to Minneapolis, part of a 30-day surge in operations in the Twin City areas. Kick him out whether he wants to go or not. He's out. Thank you. Yeah. So I really am slow coming up to speed on the whole Minneapolis daycare fraud thing, but they're not at Espy's. They're so far ahead of it, they're already making fun with it, having jokes with it. That's kind of Espy's humor. And, you know, the playful, irreverent vibe of Espy's has been on display before. They're they've been really good at doing humor in this day and age, which is not easy. Ask anybody who does humor. I mean, stand-up comedy is not exactly a field you want to get into in today's world. Barely any of us have a sense of humor. We're too easily triggered. We're afraid to laugh at anything. We take offense at everything. Outside of what's her name, nobody's really doing a whole lot of humor. What is that stand-up comedian who she's like the go-to host? Nikki Glaser. If I just use my brain for a second, I can think. Nikki Glaser's like the only one who is, and even her, you know, she takes flack for her jokes. It's just impossible to do humor, which is why I appreciate how well Todd Espinoza has been able to do it with that sign. SB's owner is Todd Espinoza, and he has that message board out of the restaurant outside, similar to the message boards you'll see churches utilize. And there's always some kind of tongue-in-cheek, joke or humor on the sign, and it's artfully done by Todd and commendably done by Todd in a climate where it's not easy to do humor. I appreciate the way Todd's been able to do it. Todd says, I don't mean to ruffle any feathers, but it does make me laugh. And that's why I love being in Wyoming. People here take things with a grain of salt. Things like, poking fun and making humor. People take it with a grain of salt. Yeah. I appreciate it. I think SB's Todd Espinosa has done a great job with what he puts on the message board. It never goes over the line. It's always just kind of fun. And the perfect proof, in my opinion, is when the group that is the target of your joke gets it and laughs as well. You remember his sign that said, the cheeky sign that says, what does the gay cowboy say to his horse? Answer, hey. And we talked to LGBTQ advocacy group, and they said it's funny. We love it. And they represent gay causes, and they said we had fun with it. We thought it was funny. I think that's the perfect test of SB's brand of humor. Jackie Dorothy's going to get out. We'll see if she's ready to be funny this morning. I don't know.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Jackie Dorothy is here. We're going to talk about maybe two of her stories. I think we'll only have time for one because I think it's super important. And this is only the tip of the iceberg with this issue. Jackie, great story on two of our favorite authors who we've had on the show, Michael and Kathleen Gear. And this isn't so much about them as it's about the bigger issue moving into this whole AI world, artificial intelligence, and the notion that AI isn't smart on its own. AI didn't suddenly become super intelligent and is able to give us advice when we ask the chatbot, how do I grow rutabaga? AI had to learn itself. AI had to train itself. Where does AI, where do the chatbots, where did the computers get their intelligence from? Guess what? Us, people, man. And it combs the internet and it steals info. Like, what do you call that? What would a judge call it when AI looks for information so it can give you an answer? Is it taking copyrighted?
It's like a free college education, I guess. It's what all of us want, but it's not how the world is supposed to be. And I tell you, they open my eyes to a lot of what the issues are with AI.
Yeah.
I mean, we know it's a tool. We know it's something that's here. But what happened to them in particular was that they had 60 of their books on this pirated site. And this company illegally downloaded their books and fed it to their AI machine. So their, what is that called? The language. So they were taught how to speak and think like Kathleen and Michael Gear. They took their words, they took their voice, they took all their topics. And so if you type in there, I want a book, but a new book by Kathy and Michael Gear, it will use their voices, their ideas, and mish and mash and create this whole new creation.
Oh my.
So that's what they're worried about. And it's really scary about what this judge actually did, because he was on the side of AI. He's like, if they had legally purchased these books, they could have used them to train their computer. The issue became they used stolen books to train their computer, their program. And so the lawsuit that they settled was, okay, we stole these books, we're sorry, but we're still going to go buy books and use those to teach our AI model. I mean, there's a lot to look at this.
There's a lot. That's what I'm saying. This isn't just about so-and-so sued so-and-so. Like that kind of news happens a lot. Best-selling Wyoming authors Michael and Kathleen Gear, who have some 60 books.
60 out of 88 of their books.
That were kind of used by Anthropic, who describes itself as AI safety and research company. They, companies like Anthropic and those that are promoting the whole AI thing that needs the material so it can be intelligent enough to operate as AI. Now, the material, in this case, those books were not purchased. They were basically stolen. So the judge did say, look, AI has a right to use your intellectual property, your material, if done so legally, if purchased legally. In this case, there was a wrist slap for Anthropic because they did not get these books by paying for them. but it is okay to use the material, which is not only, taking your info, your work, your sweat and labor, if you're Michael and Kathleen Gear, the authors, but it's taking your likeness, like AI will act like you. That's got to be weird.
It absolutely is. And she gave the perfect example because she has a sister who is writing a book, has written romances, and was writing her new book, and all of a sudden started getting these messages from all her friends. And they were congratulating her on her new book. And she goes, but I'm not finished with it. It's not out in the world yet. So she went on Amazon and discovered that there was a book with her name, her bio, even her bio. And this book was similar to one she had written before. And so she got a hold of Amazon, and it took weeks for them to say, oh, whoops, we made a mistake. That's not you. They took off her name, took off her bio, but the book remained for sale on the Amazon platform. So this is already happening right now where it's not just your books being stolen, it's your voice. I almost said it's your soul being stolen, but it basically is.
You
right?
think of all the things that can be stolen from you, material things like, I swear I parked my car here last night. Where is it? To your ID, your identity. Your identity can be stolen for, if somebody gets a hold of your social security number, and your very being, your online existence can be stolen.
Well, let's say it, Jake. Your soul is being stolen from AI.
Your soul is being snatched by the computers. Oh, man, Jackie, you have really just scratched the surface of a huge issue with this story. It's a reason why, I talk to people who say, we've got to win the race to artificial intelligence, the race to AI. We got to get there before China. We don't need government roadblocks. But we do need guardrails, man. We do need government saying, look, it's not okay to have fake news sites on Facebook. They need to be kicked off. It's not okay to have a fake book when this author said, I didn't write that yet. There it is on Amazon. Like, I
haven't written it yet, but here it is. How are you reading it before I write it?
That's so crazy. That's just outright theft and potentially someone profiting from a book. I mean, you could click and say, yeah, I'll buy that. I love this author. And it's not that author. That's fake. That's fake news. That's this whole fake thing. We got songs now. The #1 song by a country artist that isn't even a real person. AI is just wrought with potential problems. And here's one of them highlighted in this lawsuit brought by the Gears saying, hey, somebody stole our whole book library. They did steal it, but they can use it had they bought it. That's what the judge says. And that is eye-opening.
Well, what's really sad is what Kathleen pointed out is that not only did they, they're settled for $1.5 billion. She goes, it sounds like a lot of money, but she says this company is worth trillions. The number of authors they stole from, and 50% of that money is actually it's not all going to the author, it's going to the publishers. So 50% goes to the publishers. Then the authors, they have to pay their lawyer. They have to pay their agent. They have to pay all these people. And so she said, by the time it's done, sure, they said they're giving us $3,000 per book, but I'm probably going to see, what did she say, 75 cents of it? It's ridiculous. But they agreed to do it because it's making a statement. It's saying at least they admitted they stole and they acted illegally. But she says there's nothing else they have, no other recourse.
Interesting. Well, good for the Gears to take kind of a high ground here and go for a $1.5 billion settlement. Sounds great. But yeah, in reality, what's going to trickle down to Kathleen and Michael? Is that the Gears?
Yep, Mike. Yep, Kathy and Mike.
What they're going to see in their pocket is, nowhere near the 1.5 billion, but it is important to at least take a stand, plant your flag in the ground and say, this is wrong when stuff like this happens. I mean,
500,000 books were stolen that they know of.
Oh, yeah.
Again, think about the voice that AI machine has. And they didn't go back and say, oh, we better delete all this. Here's another scary thing. have you ever watched the movie War Games? It was like one of my favorite movies.
Oh, no. I know of it. I've never seen it.
So War Games was about this computer that was programmed to start a war, that when America was attacked, it would defend America. But they had made it so that the software could teach itself. And so it programmed her, and it was a female, I remember that, but it was reprogrammed itself so the creators of this program could not shut it off, and it was starting a war. It was about to send missiles to Russia. Now, what has happened with AI is programmers have programmed their AI machine, but they also put this like almost a glitch in it, but it continues to learn, it continues to evolve. They no longer have control over that AI machine.
Yeah.
Because it's reprogrammed itself. They cannot go in and even shut it off because it's programmed, and the people who created it cannot do anything about it.
It's scary stuff. And this is just, the very beginning of an issue that Jackie, I want to assign you to be your beat, because this is only the first of many, many, many stories, I think, regarding man's war against AI and retaining our intellectual property. Thank you for the story, Jackie. Appreciate it.
Your homework assignment's to go watch War Games.
I'm going to watch War Games. We got to do news now. Thanks a lot. That's Jackie Dorothy, Cowboy State Daily. Here's news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. After Governor Mark Gordon recommended funding WYDOT's almost $283 million budget pitch, Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that lawmakers met on Monday in Cheyenne and asked questions amid budget shortfalls.
They're anticipating somewhere between $400,000 and $600,000 shortfalls, and they're asking for like $282 million for the upcoming biennium, which is about a $30 million increase from their most recent biennial budget. And Governor Gordon backs it. He supports this request. The Wyoming Legislative Joint Appropriations Committee, which is the tip of the spear in crafting the budget, didn't subject WYDOT to some of the just gouging questions that certain other agencies endured.
The meeting of the state legislature's Joint Appropriations Committee at the state capitol marks the start of week 3 in the committee's 4-week budget planning marathon. Trump's move to rebuild Venezuela's oil industry after Nicolas Maduro's capture could put downward pressure on prices, squeezing Wyoming oil producers already operating on thin margins. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to industry leaders, and they're saying many questions are still unanswered.
Oil, the new Argentinian beef, in that here you have a president promoting a product from another country that could conceivably compete with oil drilled right here in Wyoming. Well, the answer is not quite as clear-cut as it was with beef. The oil markets are more complicated. It's a different kind of crude oil coming out of Venezuela. In talking to experts, a couple things came to light. One, is Venezuela's oil going to hit the market? Probably at some point, but it could take years, maybe 10 years, and maybe $100 billion in investment to get them up and running again at full capacity.
In October, Wyoming ranchers joined a national outcry when President Trump proposed importing more beef from Argentina to lower grocery store prices. Now, 3 months later, Wyoming's oil industry wonders if it's facing a similar threat. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. Focus on the road, not on your cell phone or your radio. Make sure you focus on the road. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 75-year-old man died Sunday when his Chevy Cruze plunged off Wyoming Route 310 into Wheatland Reservoir number 1 after going airborne for 90 feet. Cowboy State Daily's Scott Schwebke reports that divers recovered the victim after 2 hours.
According to the Highway Patrol, a 75-year-old driver is driving a Chevy Cruze at a high rate of speed. For some reason, went off the highway. His car went airborne for about 90 feet. It struck the shore, then it went into the water at Reservoir 1. And a fisherman who happened to be nearby heard it and just walked over and saw the car slipping under the water. The sheriff's department responded. They got divers on the scene. And, it wasn't visible at first where the car was, but they used kind of sonar tracking, which, you use for fish and large objects in the water. They were able to locate it. It took about a couple hours, and they were able to hoist it up, and inside they found the victim.
The Wyoming Highway Patrol tells Cowboy State Daily that the man was the only occupant in the vehicle, and the cause of the crash is still under investigation. SB's restaurant in Cheyenne is famous for its green chili, breakfast burritos, and irreverent roadside messages. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that on Monday, people were stopping to take photos of its latest, quote, "I am so broke, moving to Minnesota and opening a daycare."
It's a family joint, mom and pop. They don't take things too seriously. He said, you know what? In Wyoming, people take things with a grain of salt. They don't fly off the handle at every single thing. They're fine if something's a little bit politically incorrect. And it's okay to, he says, it's okay to poke fun at stuff. And his customers agree. Sometimes it does bring people in, he says, people who have said that they stop out of curiosity to find out what's behind the comment on the sign.
SB's owner, Todd Espinoza, said his humorous take on the scandal isn't a political statement, and so far he hasn't gotten any complaints. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, and Mark Hines is here. That's good news. Anytime we can connect with Mark, it's always good news.
What?
We need you today.
Did you use my name and good news in the same sentence?
Yes. And
I think that's the first time in my life that's happened. Usually people use other words in sentences when they use my name.
They say that naughty Mark Hines. I know. I just had Jackie on. We were talking about her story about when AI goes in and steals stuff from you, like the Gears had their books combed by artificial intelligence and used by, chatbots or whatever. And a judge says that's okay as long as some company running AI purchases the books, which they didn't in this case. So your articles are out there for free, Mark. And it's got me thinking that chatbots or AI trying to learn things about wildlife and the stuff you cover could steal all your stuff.
Well, I'm going to get paid regardless. So
okay. You're all right with it.
I'm on the payroll, dude. Like I said,
well, if I was your agent, I would advise against the one-time lump sum fee, and I would get you points. I mean, get percentage of the profit that's made in the future. Let's talk about biophobia. Is that a real thing? The fear of, I just had, what is her name? The woman who had her boot bit off. Easton, Celia Easton.
Yeah.
Oh my, I just had her on. Now, if anybody's a candidate for biophobia, she has a little bit of like this PTSD thing going on if she goes out in the woods now.
That's more of an acute. Well, I'm not a counselor or a therapist, but my understanding would be that would be like an acute, trauma response, relative to a specific event involving a certain species. My understanding, biophobia is just a generalized fear and loathing of nature, just writ large. Nature as a whole. It's like you just don't. I don't know. Maybe people break into a cold sweat when they drive past a city park. I don't know.
Right.
The details, but yeah, it's more of a generalized kind of, umbrella phobia. It's not. They say it's kind of in the same family as specific bio-related phobias like fear of spiders or things like that. But it's more of a It sounds like all joking aside, I think it would be a living hell to have that condition and try to be in a place like Wyoming, where
it would not work.
Nature's never more than a couple blocks away, in most places in Wyoming. So
nature's scratching at the door, and you're like, I don't know if it's clinical, but I could see. If you came up in a big city and so did your parents and you traced a few generations of city living, when you go out into the country, you're like, this is foreign to me and it kind of scares me. Similar to maybe you and I, even more rural people, like pluck somebody off a ranch who that's all they've known is ranching in Wyoming and put them in New York City. Yeah, they'd be like, oh, this place is scary.
Yeah, that'd throw them for a loop. Yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying there. I love going to Denver, but after about a day, I'm over it.
Yeah.
Totally.
One day limit.
Yep.
It's not. It's good for you to look back on the whole issue of hunter access or access for anybody who's trying to get into use our public lands. We sort of figured out where we're going to go with the corner crossing thing.
Yeah.
But it's this issue not done yet, and that helicopter incident is one.
Yeah, and we'll see if that becomes any sort of a trend. I mean, it's kind of caught. Unless you've got half a dozen friends to go in with, it's kind of cost prohibitive.
Sure.
I mean, the one set of guys I talked to, I think they whittled it down to around between $1,500 and $2,000 a person because they had enough people involved. They were able to, because the pilots don't work for free. Those charter services don't work for free. And so, like I said, in order for it to be caught, and again, you got to ask yourself, how many people are willing to spend $1,500 to go shoot an elk? I guess, I'm kind of like you. I mean, I'm still old school. I still do I'm getting meat for the freezer, and it's like, well, if I'm going to spend $1,500, I'll just go buy a damn cow. You know what I mean?
Go to Albertsons.
That's what my wife would tell me.
Right,
she'd say,
right.
Why are you spending $1,500 to go shoot an elk? Let's just,
right.
Let's go find a rancher and buy a steer from it.
Although, beef prices escalating.
That's true. That's true.
Do I hire a helicopter or do I go to the grocery store?
Is it cheaper to hire a helicopter or buy direct from a rancher or go to a grocery store? But no, I mean, but for some people, especially folks that are coming from out of state, it's still cheaper than the several $1,000s they'd pay to have an outfitter take them in. So it's just it becomes a numbers game at a certain point, I guess.
Yeah, and I think it was my buddy down in Pinedale, Tony Chambers, who ran the route for them, wasn't it? Was it? Do you know whether it was Tony and his helicopter who did it?
It's been long enough. I think it was. I think Tony was the guy I talked to.
He's a cool guy. He's a great guy. Yeah. He's just trying to make a living doing what he does with helicopter. And he practically got thrown out of Grand Teton for flying over the Tetons. He's a cool dude. His helicopter, by the way, flies right over my house when he's on the way to do a tour in Grand Teton.
So do you wave at him?
Yeah, like, hey, Tony, I know he's got a red helicopter. And man, when he's running to work, he's going nose down and he is hauling the mail. Wow.
Yeah.
And I see him flying. I'm like, hey, Tony.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's cool. What's your weather been like there up in Jacksonville?
It's winter now. It's finally winter. We got like 3 inches the other night. And the shovel is busted out.
It's still May here down in Riverton.
Yeah. It's winter, and Don says it's coming for you soon enough. So
coming for you.
Enjoy it while you got it, man.
Yeah.
Let
definitely.
me ask you about your personal choice for generator. Do you any kind of backup generator, backup electricity?
No, I don't know. I'm woefully unprepared for the apocalypse.
When it all goes dark, you're going with it. It'll be dark at Heinz's house. Well, I've got the Jackery with a solar panel. I'm prepared for an outage. Many folks, whether it is more and more power outages concern, or just wanting to be being able to navigate off the grid, many homeowners choosing to beef up on a generator.
Yeah, and then you just had people like my old man who just hated the power companies.
There you go, or that.
I mean, the last 15 years or so of his life, he lived out in a place in Nevada, and they had the trifecta. He was fortunate enough to have a sizable creek flowing right through the middle of his property, so he set up hydroelectric, and then they had solar panels on the garage roof, and then they had a small wind turbine. And between those three, they were almost never without power, and they were completely off the grid. So I thought that was cool, but yeah, I just my old man also retired when he was not even 50, so he had time for those kind of things.
Right. You're like, good. Yeah, I know you're like, good for you, Dad, and I wish I could do that. You're in my dream, but I can't.
Some of us have jobs,
right? Some of us have jobs writing, only have our stories ripped off by computers, and back to that again. Hey, you got a couple of stories about the mountain lion. A mountain lion attack is statistically very rare. Were there indications that this could have been the same mountain lion that a person had a little trouble with weeks before? And I heard the latest is they've stopped looking for it, I think.
Yeah, well, I think they killed two. If just spitballing, it sounds like it was probably a mom with a couple nearly grown cubs, juvenile.
Okay.
Yeah, because we've had stories about people. Oh, I got 4 mountain lions on my my trail cam outside my house. They've been hanging out, and that's almost always what it is. It's a mom with her nearly grown young, and it sounds like maybe these particular ones they tried. They decided to push the envelope with people one day, and they didn't get an immediate extremely negative reaction to that, and so they just They decided, okay, let's keep doing this. That's and I know, like I said, they killed 2 and then the one disappeared. But yeah, because you're right. There's that couple that said they had like 3 mountain lions approach them, and I mean that sounds like a mom with 2 juvenile cubs to me.
Yeah,
just based on other stories we've had about that same scenario.
Yeah,
not with the lions being aggressive, but with lions showing up in 2, 3, 4 lions at a time. They're not a pack animal, but
right, not at all. Yeah,
but gosh,
when I hear about a lion attack, some lion human conflict, it being so rare, I immediately think, well, it may be tested for rabies. Like, it sounds like a rabies. But when it's more than one, the fear is that the behavior is being reinforced, similar to a bear getting into your bird feeder. Like, you just can't have
reinforce, and then reinforce. And if it was a female with her young, then the young are being taught a pattern.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like anything else. I mean, I think a lot of folks would recommend carry a pistol or bear spray or both, because bear spray, you can ask the game and fish guys who've had to do it. Bear spray is highly effective on mountain lions. I've talked to a couple of those game and fish guys and said, oh yeah, we had to spray a lion once when it got uppity with us, and it works just fine on that. I've heard it's effective on moose too, because we all know how damn dangerous moose can be.
Yeah.
But in anything that has a nose that you can,
if you got a nose, if
you got a nose, bear spray's gonna make your day unpleasant. So but apparently, I mean, it's a horrible, sad situation.
I don't want to meet the wildlife that treats bear spray as an attractant. Like, oh yeah, I got to get me more of that.
No.
What kind of monster is that thing? The Demogorgon. Okay, you're this story could be part of that slow TV movement that was such a big thing a few years ago, where people like would watch a fireplace burning, like that was it, or they would watch a traffic cam. Watching a grizzly bear den camera.
Oh yeah, for 10 years. Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Years. I want to watch grizzlies sleep. It might be boring TV.
Well, yeah, he definitely the gentleman who did that pared it down to the highlights reel. Definitely. Yes. Yeah.
Just the highlight. 10 years of bears sleeping amounted to like.
I mean, speaking of watching weird stuff, I just I don't do it so much anymore, but for a while there, I used to drive my wife crazy because I got on YouTube and I got kind of addicted to watching houseboat tour videos.
Tour.
I got fascinated with the thing. It's like, oh my God, it's like a house that's on a boat. Oh yeah.
Isn't that so weird?
People will watch the weirdest thing. It's like, guilty as charged.
And there is something for everyone on YouTube, like the weirdest channels. Also farm. There's the agriculture TV. There's farm, people who film everything they do on or video what they do on the farm.
Yeah.
That's big as well.
Or if you've ever watched the in-cab railroad locomotive engineers. A lot of it's really boring, but sometimes exciting stuff happens.
Mark, you have different YouTube than I do. I don't even know where to go to find the houseboat channel.
No, well, you go on YouTube. Here's another fun one. Go on YouTube and search driving a semi through New York City.
No.
And you will find, oh my God, I got this one where the truckers, he's just making all these comments and it's just hysterical.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
Those guys are so skilled. I watched them park.
I know. I'm just like, how's he doing that?
You talk about biophobia. I have truckophobia. What if they ask you drive a semi through New York? Like, nope.
No, YouTube is an endless gold mine to stuff.
Interesting.
Get creative in your searches.
Well, Casey Anderson can make I think he has already made his own YouTube channel. He's a wildlife filmmaker. He forgot that he left a motion-triggered cam in a bear cave for 10 years.
He just kind of got busy with other things, and because he goes all over the West and sometimes all over the world, and he just got busy with other projects. And one day it's like, maybe I better go check on those cameras. And
I wonder,
but they got some cool fit. Like we were just talking about mountain lions. You got that really cool, shot of the mountain lion coming in and checking things out.
I'm gonna
coyotes and everything else. Yeah,
I'm gonna share that photo right here. You see the mountain lion with his eyes all lit up by the cam. He's like, whoop. He went in there. He's like, I hope that bear's not still in here. I wanted to hang out a little bit. Yeah, Casey Anderson, that's fascinating. Yeah, I bet he woke up in the middle of the night in a cold sweat, and he's like, the trail cams I put in that cave 10 years ago. I should go check on those. And the SD card, he's got the footage. So cool to learn that they continue to operate after 10 years. That's amazing.
Yeah,
all right, Mark, we're done with you, I think.
Okay, cool.
That was good stuff. Thanks, buddy. Have a great Tuesday.
Thanks. Have a good one. Bye.
Mark Hines stories, many, and we still left some off the table. On the table, I don't know. We left them somewhere. We left them in a bear cave. Experts say woman killed in Colorado by a mountain lion attack. That's a rare tragedy. That happened last week on Thursday. Casey Anderson left a trail cam in a known bear den back in 2015. Forgot all about it. Stop motion camera. So only actually videoed when it felt motion. And he's got some fantastic footage over the last decade that's fun to watch. And that and just discussing weird YouTube channels that we could be into. I don't know. Let's take a break. We'll be back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake and interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping, maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday. Kevin Myers here, making horse sense of the world straight out of Douglas, where it's blowing. Right? You're windy today.
Yeah, the world is coming by us at a pretty fast pace today. It's been this way. It's been this way for about 2 weeks. I mean, it's been something. Even for Douglas, it's been pretty impressive.
I can't do it. I can't do wind. I got my sights set on Buffalo here, as I've shared, me and the wife. Buffalo is kind of a little bit windy, but not on the level of Casper, Gillette, Douglas.
Yeah, it's right on that border right there where you get 5 miles east of Buffalo, you're going to run into the wind. But right there through Buffalo, and I've lived up in that country, that's a really nice part of the state.
I like that. Yeah, the bighorns kind of protect you a little bit, kind of create a little bit of a windbreak. But yeah, you get away from those too much, and whoosh, yeah. And anyway, what I want to talk about is something more serious than weather. Real serious. A job opportunity for you, Kevin. And I know you're busy right now training these high dollar horses.
But I was looking for a job when I found this one.
That's what that's my favorite cowboy saying. whenever you get a boss that threatens you, with what your job performance, threaten you to fire. Yeah. Was looking for a job when I found this one. Good. You first remind our listeners, our audience, what it is you do there at Mans Creek Horses. What's the day job?
Well, the day job is we train Western performance horses. We raise a few babies. We sell a couple every year, mainly doing reined cow horse, a few cutters, and nowadays what's really gotten popular is this kind of newish event called ranch riding.
Oh, interesting.
And it has become the largest, fastest growing category in Western performance horse. And for those who don't know what it is, you go into the arena and you walk, trot, and lope your horse. That's pretty much it.
And I would imagine you do it with the emphasis on the horse taking the lead. In other words, giving your horse its head, loose rein. Like English riding is such a contact. The horse is collected at all times. You're in control all the time, and that's what you're trying to prove to a judge. In English riding, in Western, it's more my horse knows how to get around, and I can take a nap up here. Is that?
Yeah, that's really what it is. They want to see that if you pick up on your bridle reins, that the horse responds softly and immediately. But for the most part, what they want to see is a horse that has been trained to be just like out on the ranch.
Yeah.
Out on the ranch, you ride around all day, you walk, you trot, you lope, you do your job. But you do it mainly on a loose rein, and the horse knows his job and responds to you accordingly.
Yes, the horse as a good co-worker, a business partner, rather than an intern. You know, you get the feeling the English riding horse is just an intern. Like, he doesn't know anything. I got to show him my every dang thing. That's cool. I hope we're getting away from cherishing these quarter horses with their head hung so low, their chins dragging on the ground. Judges love that in Western, or have always loved that in Western pleasure. I hope I got a horse with its head up at least.
Actually, in the ranch rating, you get points taken off if your horse's head is below his withers.
Okay. Well, I like that. That's interesting. Yeah. I didn't know that. So Kevin trains horses. That's what he does. He's also a very good dog trainer, just because, you know, when you train animals, one's the same as the next, which is where I'm going with my job offer. I got a barn cat here. I need you to put like 60 days on this cat. Is that something you're able to do?
All right. Yeah, well, I tell you what I can offer you, and I can offer you this at a very reduced rate.
Yes.
I can train that cat to lounge around wherever it wants, whenever it wants. I can train that cat to get into fights right underneath your bedroom window at about 1 o'clock in the morning with other barn cats. I can also train that cat to leave whatever it has hunted and eaten half of on your back doorstep.
It sounds a lot, Kevin, like you've already worked with this cat. Yeah, those are all the things that are right in his wheelhouse. You forgot getting on the kitchen counter. I mean, that's a never-ending battle. I started with never, ever, forbidden areas, stay off the counter, to, all right, just don't be on the counter when I'm doing things on the counter, to now he owns the counter.
The best part about that is when you have company over.
Right.
And the cat jumps up on the counter and you act incredulous and act like that's the first time it's ever happened.
Right.
Oh my goodness, what has gotten into you?
He never does that. Meanwhile, you can tell from the cat's attitude, like, no, this is part of where I live. Oh, this whole house is mine. Yeah, this little bastard. He also, this standing on you in bed at like 3:30. And I get up at like 3:45, 4 a.m. for this gig, and he knows it, and he's got the internal clock of when breakfast. And so 3:30, if I'm not stirring yet, standing on me with the cat stare.
Yeah. And if that doesn't work, then the claw kneading on your chest.
Yes.
That commences, and there is no snooze bar on that alarm.
Dude, and this one's nice enough. I will say he's thoughtful, gentle. He starts with just putting the beans on me, just the little paw, like, touch. Are you awake? Oh, no, nothing. Then the claw, then they come out. Ching. Yeah, okay, so you know the behavior of cats, barn cats, and you train animals. So seriously, 30 days, could you get this cat behaving better?
Yeah. I'm sure I could get something accomplished with him. It would probably include a roll of duct tape and a cardboard box with 3 holes punched in the top of it.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I know a lot of people say they're dog people. But that's why I'm a cat person, because having also trained animals and dogs, I love the challenge of making an animal obedient and training it to do a job or a task, or just training it to be a better human being, a dog. But I also love the fact that when it comes to cats, all that's out the window. If you can get cats to do stuff, you've achieved another level of training, because they're pretty resistant.
Yeah, and I truly believe anything that you've ever trained a cat to do, it was their idea.
Right.
And they fooled you into thinking that you did it.
Totally. That's how they operate. That's how they think. Everything they do is not to please you. This is like, nope, I was going to do that anyhow. You just happen to good timing. Yeah, okay. Forget that idea. That's a bad idea. Let's talk about the license plates. I got Ken in the Zoom room early. All right, I'm going to knock him out. I wanted to talk to you about the rodeo license plate. I'm rocking the vanity plate from UW just because I don't like the regular state plates. I want to know what you got on your truck. You probably don't overthink it as much as I do. I don't like the new black plate. I didn't like the plate before that or the plate before that. So I went and got the brown and gold from UW because it looks more Wyoming to me. But I got my eye on this new rodeo plate, which looks really cool. Have you seen it, Kevin? And would you ever get a license plate like that?
I have seen it. It is a good looking plate. It is more reminiscent of the old plates. Like I remember years ago, this might have been before you moved to Wyoming, they had artist rendition of Elk Mountain on the license plate, which was really, really cool. But yeah, I thought that rodeo plate looked really good. I like the different bucking horse that's on that plate.
Yeah.
But no, I'll just stick with the plain old one standard issue that doesn't cost you any extra for 2 reasons. Number one, I am super cheap. But number two, 90% of the time my license plate is covered in mud, so it ends up kind of being brown all the time anyway.
Yes. Yeah. I see that. Also, it's got, you don't have that plate a month before it's got that dent in it where you're trying to back it up into the something. And
Yeah, absolutely. And for the most part, you can only see my front plate anyway because I've always got a horse trailer on. So
right.
And there's only, the trailer plates really don't have many options. So yeah, I don't put a lot of thought into that. And usually I will go ahead and get my new plate just under that 1-year deadline after it has been expired.
Right. Me too. I end up paying for my plate and only getting a month use out of it. They were like, you've been rolling 11 months illegal, I'm like, thank goodness. And I'll say this and watch, I'll jinx myself, but most law enforcement where I live, they know my truck. It's still a small enough town where they know the truck, they know me, and they're not necessarily looking at your tag to say, oh, well, he's expired, Yeah. So good point. You're not, well, see, if you took my cat training job, you would have extra cash to buy the rodeo plate, which I also dig. Like you said, it's got the photograph of the dude who's not whoever you think is on Steamboat. It's just that seems so more real. It's not like a rodeo depiction. It's like a guy who gets on one of those coalback horses that needs, 10 minutes of lunging before you get on him in the morning to do your ranch work. And you're like, I don't have time today. I'm just going to bounce on him at 5:30 in the morning. The rodeo's on.
That will wake you up way faster than a cup of coffee. And I can remember jobs I've had laying awake in my bedroll at night, just dreading the horse that I needed to get on the next morning.
Whoever the jingler is, the wrangler, back in the old days, he's like, who you got tomorrow? You're like, oh man, all night. You're like, not that. It's going to be like an all-day battle with that son of a gun. Hopefully they're that good horse that lines out eventually. But yeah, the first 10 minutes is the rodeo's on. Yeah, I might be interested in that rodeo play. One other thing I wanted to talk about, and obviously we're hitting only the most important topics of the day. What kind of license plate we want, training this cat of mine, and my biggest problem is being in between pant lengths. It's very frustrating. I don't care what Trump is doing in Venezuela or the Minnesota fraud. What really concerns me is buying pants that are the right length, and I'm right in between the length that gets me a good pile on my Western boot and a length that if I'm doing a non-Western, no boots, like a DJ in a wedding or something, that pant length needs to be much shorter. And I'm kind of right in between the pile and the regular pant length. It's very frustrating. It causes me to have to buy twice as many pants, Kevin.
Well, my solution to that is a throwback is to wear my pants cuffed if I'm not in my riding boots to where I pile. Yeah. And it doesn't bother me a bit that is not the fashion anymore. So that's what I always do. I just cuff mine.
I think that is the fashion, actually. I think that's back. The barrel racers are doing it. And we all know the next trend, the next fashion is whatever barrel racers are wearing or listening to. I'm serious, dude. They call it. They call the shot. Whatever your high school 15-year-old barrel racer is wearing, that's the trend. Soon to be. They're ahead of the curve, and they're cuffing big cuffs.
Gotcha. Well, now that makes me rethink everything in my life.
I'm just telling you. Yeah. And once you pick up the fashion, it's no longer cool. Similar to the way we're killing 6'7". Once the adults get into it, the kids will be like, forget it. We're off the cuff. Kevin's wearing his pants cuffed. We got to think of something new.
We're done.
Or is the
I only had to do that 6'7" thing to Owen one time to get him to stop it.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad's into it. That's so cringe. Yeah, cuffs. Or you can do what the Texans do with their pants. They tuck, which I don't know if I can get there, but I work with many Texas Cowboys who did the tuck in the boots. All right.
Yeah, and for years I wore my pants tucked on my boots when I was riding. Yeah. I never did it like when I was going to town or going out. I just did it when I was riding.
Yes, and I've noticed, I don't know if it's a riding flaw, but I've noticed my pants get up there anyway after I'm riding, especially if you hit a high lope for a while, an extended high lope, your pants are up there at your knees.
Yeah, they crawl up on you.
They crawl up a little bit. Well, all right.
You know, the thing that I never got figured out was the Levi's shrink to fit deal. I could never figure out how much bigger I was supposed to buy them than wash them. But it was cured one day for me. I took an older rancher gentleman to town, and he wanted to buy some jeans. And he had always wore the Lee jeans. Well, he couldn't find them. So he was trying to buy some Levi's, and he asked the sales gal, he goes, I don't understand
anything water related. Yeah, that's real. I thought you were going somewhere else. Like you could get the biggest pants they got and they would suck down to you eventually. Like that was an oversold concept that there'd ever be a shrink to fit. All right, well, we solved the biggest problems of life, how to get cats off the kitchen counter. What do you do with your pants size? And what kind of license plate do you want to rock? The rodeo plate? Or are you just going to... Who sees the plate anyway under all that mud and in front of the trailer? Good stuff, Kevin.
Hey, you take care, my friend.
Anchor yourself down. Wind coming. Thanks, buddy. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Kevin Myers, straight out of Douglas, Wyoming. More guests coming. You don't want to miss our next guest. We're going to talk about world peace, how to achieve it. It's never been more important. Right after this.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Can you hear me fine?
Getting back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we bring on our next special guest, Kenneth Paul Callison. Callison, am I saying that last name right? Callison?
Callison.
Callison. Ken is got a new book that you probably want to read. World peace is no longer optional is the message from Ken, and the book is called The Way to World Peace. An idea whose time has come, and if that needs any reinforcement, just looking at the world we're living in. You got Russia and Ukraine going at it. Iran wants to kill everybody. Israel and Palestine in the West Bank. And now the U.S. with a soft war in Venezuela. I mean, globally, it feels like the doomsday clock is at 11:59 and 45 seconds, and WW3 is right around the corner. It's never been more important to not only speculate about world peace, but intentionally try to make sure it happens, and it will need some intentionality. Ken, thanks for coming on, and let's talk about the book.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me.
You bet.
And you are right. There's at any given time, there's about 30 wars going on somewhere on the planet, and that's been going on for centuries. So, you know, we've basically been at war for about 10,000 years. So
we kind of have a little bit of a learning disability there. So,
Yes.
we got to figure this out. But and the doomsday clock is at 11:59 and 30 seconds, which is.
Oh, I was just trying to
you were
overshoot
kidding, but you are very close.
Oh my! I was being sensational.
I mean, to give you an idea, the doomsday clock during the Cuban Missile Crisis was 7 minutes till midnight.
Yep.
So if that gives you a perspective.
That's scary stuff. Now, Ken, you talk about millennia. I mean, 10,000 years, going back as far as man has been on the planet, man has conflicted with our fellow man, and we fought over anything and everything, water, oil, borders, whatever. Isn't that our species? Isn't that our inherent gig? Is we're violent, we're adversarial? Is that where our go-to place, or not necessarily so?
Not at all. It's a choice, number one, and then we get into the concept of evolution as well. But the question is, are we violent because it's our nature, or are we violent because we're in denial of our nature? And I say we are violent because we yet don't know who we are, and we don't value our species. We haven't yet recognized, we're not aware of how to do that. So that's a learned behavior. And then, of course, that leads into the concept of evolution. But no, we're not naturally violent. That is our behavior because we're confused. And any species that's in denial of its nature will be confused. That's just common sense.
Interesting. One thing that jumps out at me is a quote regarding the book. Humanity's violence, and we've seen examples of it all the time, is an acquired mutation created from and perpetrated by the environment we have chosen to form. So this is where mankind has gotten off course a little bit when we think about resorting to violence to solve our problems.
Well, there's a difference between a genetic and an acquired mutation. Genetic mutations are passed on from generation to generation automatically. Acquired mutations, you can interrupt that flow. But that takes a change in consciousness, which is occurring. If you look at what's occurring on the planet, that change in consciousness, that convergence is starting to happen, which leads to the chapter on the Venturi.
It's getting to the book and, not just recognizing that man has a history of violence when it comes to conflict, and it doesn't have to be so. We need some positive. We need the glass half full. We need some advice on how to get to where we want to be. And I don't want to put my eggs all in the basket of, for instance, tech progress in technology and AI, stuff like that. I think a quote from the book, a quote from you is, mankind does not need greater power. It needs greater awareness. As good as AI will get and Chat GPT, there's got to be a humanness to it. We cannot lose a connection with an awareness of life, truth, what it means to be human. That's going to be super important, especially moving into this AI age where man is going to be taking a back seat to computers.
Well, there is a certain risk with that. There are a lot of people concerned with AI and where it will go. Einstein said technological progress is like an axe in the hands of a pathological criminal, but which is kind of an interesting quote. And yes, our world has changed dramatically in the last 100 years, just massively, but largely due to technology. But technology won't fill the emptiness we feel in our heart and our spirit. It offers some wonderful opportunities. The advancements in medicine and communication and travel give us an opportunity to unite the species, because our journey is either together or not at all. We need to unite humanity in order to save us from ourselves.
I've read positive reviews on the book. Many saying the same thing, that it's laid out well. It starts with a premise, with each chapter reinforcing the premises. Tell me about how you came to write the book and what we can expect before we click on Amazon or wherever to go buy it. What are we going to see in this book? The Way to World Peace, an idea whose time has come.
Well, you asked two questions, kind of my background, what brought me to this, and then what can you expect from the book. So just as far as my background, I was born in 1955, grew up in Denver, visited Wyoming quite a bit, got lost in the Jim Bridger Wilderness once when I was 16, backpacking with my twin brother and girlfriend, which at the time wasn't fun, but it's a fond memory now.
Yeah.
But when I grew up, even as a child, these ideas would come to me, and I had studied, even at an early age. I was raised in metaphysics and the sciences and philosophy and so forth. And as a young adult, I started my own business when I was 16. And, went to DU, climbed the corporate ladder, started a couple of national companies myself. But I researched the metaphysics of war. The first manuscript was about the metaphysics of war, and specifically nuclear war. So I was an expert in nuclear war. I had corresponded quite a bit with Carl Sagan. He used some of my research in one of his books. He said the research was trailblazing. I had talked with and corresponded with Linus Pauling. Norman Cousins thought my research should be presented to a joint session of Congress and so forth. I did a national survey on nuclear war, which I think is the only time that's been done, and then wrote an extensive article for the Journal of Defense and Diplomacy and so forth. So that first work was about war. And of course, this second book is more the solution, the way to world peace. And it is based in metaphysics, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, philosophy, some politics too, some good history and politics in this work. But what you can expect from the book is a path and an inspiration and a formula to resolve these issues and how we go about that. And they're not going to be resolved necessarily politically, certainly not at the beginning. So what we do in our coming evolution is going to determine this. And we're under the mistaken belief that evolution produces intelligence, that as the eons go by, we become smarter. But that's really not the way it works. Intelligence existed long before humanity was around. It's what created the universe. It's in every living thing. So as we allow the intelligence of the universe to be incorporated into our being, as we incorporate it into our behavior, as we recognize it, become aware of that, as we adopt that, then we evolve. So evolution doesn't create intelligence. Intelligence creates evolution. Evolution is not something that happens to us. It's something we dictate. We can choose to evolve in any manner we want. So there's the challenge and the opportunity as well. And the book lays that out step by step.
Yeah, in fact, it sounds like what you say. We're talking to Ken Callison, by the way, author of the Way to World Peace, an idea whose time has come. You say violence is learned. It's a learned behavior. It's fear-based and therefore reversible. So there is a way to reverse what we see going on when it comes to global conflict. The day and age we're living in, the message from Ken Callison has never been more important. World peace is no longer optional. It's crucial, beginning with the basics. What we know happens when you have conflict, and the way we've chosen to settle conflict for 10,000 years is, nuclear proliferation, environmental decline, wiping ourselves right off this earth is what's at stake. So I hope the book has some useful, hopeful things on how we can reflect on consciousness and change stuff and get to a world peace.
Well, the book goes into several of the threats that we're facing, which
Yeah.
you mentioned, the nuclear proliferation, the militarization of the planet. We have militarized this planet way beyond any difference in cultures could justify. We're producing $72 million of weapons per hour worldwide. There's an impending water crisis we haven't even begun to face. Poverty is pretty extensive on this planet, and it's also unnecessary. It's also the cause of a lot of war. So we have ways to address these issues, but we need to first at least be aware of what our potential is and how to tap that. The foundation. So the book is one pillar to the nonprofit. The nonprofit is a timeforhumanity.org. And so the book itself is one pillar to that. The book, the hardback, softback, Audible, ebook will be up on Amazon on January 20th. So I thought in the meantime, I would have a complimentary gift for your listeners since Amazon's not up. If they want to go to that website and just put in register their name and email, I'll send them a PDF of the book because you guys are kind of early in the process here. The website just went up this morning and the book is launching January 20th. So for your listeners, if they just want to put in go to the contact page, we'll get them a PDF of the book.
Once again, Cowboy State Daily Show ahead of the curve. Yeah, jumping the gun on the book, but you got a chance to get in on it now, and it's never been more crucial. Peace starts with individual awareness, and humanity's at a turning point. It's a survival issue. The book, The Way to World Peace, an idea whose time has come. Ken Callison on. Ken, what's the website again? We got to go to it right now.
atimeforhumanity.org.
atimeforhumanity.org. Get on there and find out how to download your complimentary PDF advanced copy of this before the rest of the folks who are lesser informed have to go buy it on Amazon. Ken, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you again.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to get to news now. Here it is.
Tracy and Pedro might not.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. United Airlines dropped Gillette's flight guarantee, proving Wyoming's subsidy program works as airports mature towards self-sufficiency. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that other communities like Cheyenne seek more state money amid rising costs and legislative hurdles.
They no longer require a minimum guarantee to get United there. United is flying there on their own dime. It's a great success story for the whole program. I think the next one probably in line to achieve that is probably Cheyenne. Their flights are pretty full. They're about 80% full most of the time. Maybe they need a few more people buying premium seats. That really helps. If people want to know how they can help their community airport get better, that's one of the ways is not to go for the cheap seats.
It's not just tourism, though, that benefits. It's also local businesses, quality of life, and healthcare access, too. Wyoming has had 97 snowplows hit by vehicles over the past 5 winters, including 15 just last winter. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming Department of Transportation officials said Monday that being a plow driver can be dangerous, but higher pay can help keep those jobs filled.
I talked to Jordan Young, the public information person at YDOT, is there another factor besides just how bad the winter is that you've identified? And she's like, no, we didn't pin down other factors. So far, the correlation we're seeing is the worse the winter, the more strikes there are.
Like last month, last year's winter brought mild weather in Wyoming, but not mild enough to reduce vehicle versus snowplow crashes back to the single digits like they were before 2019. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. YDOT wants to remind you, put away the distractions. Taking your eyes off the road, even for a few seconds, can lead to disaster. Focus on the road, not on your cell phone or your radio. Make sure you focus on the road. This message from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
The weather's turning oh so frightful this time of year, but those excavation projects, they will persevere. I'm Jan Warren for One Call of Wyoming, here to remind you that no matter how big or how small your digging project is, contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin is required by state law. So stay safe unwrapping presents, not utility lines. From all of us at One Call of Wyoming, happy holidays.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. In 2025, hunters fought public land access challenges in the courts and even by helicopter. While some legal issues about corner crossing are settled, Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the tension over hunters accessing public lands remains in 2026.
We had the Supreme Court essentially settling the whole years-long corner crossing debate by refusing to hear it. In other words, whenever a case comes before the Supreme Court, they have to decide whether they're even going to hear it. And they decided, no, we're not going to hear it. All the lower courts had decided in favor of the hunters and against the landowner. That essentially settles it. That settles the matter that corner crossing is legal in Wyoming. Now, a lot of what people call landlocked public land, which is land that's behind or adjacent to or surrounded by private land, a lot of that can't be accessed by corner crossing because of the manner in which it's surrounded.
While corner crossing seemed settled, many hunters noted that there are still millions of acres of landlocked public ground in Wyoming in the west, meaning isolated sections of public land completely surrounded by private property, making them inaccessible even by hopping corners. A bronze sculpture of Lazy Days of a rabbit in downtown Cheyenne became the latest to be hit and damaged during a Sunday multi-car crash. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that this is the third time a driver has taken out one of Cheyenne's 100 bronze sculptures.
Two vehicles collided into each other, and one careened and hit this one with enough force to knock over the stone pedestal and batter the bronze bunny that was lying on top of it. Until they installed bronzes in Cheyenne, nobody was hitting bronzes in Cheyenne. So it's accidents. Accidents happen. The bronze sculptures have been unscathed or just very minorly damaged. So if you drive your vehicle into a bronze sculpture on a stone pedestal, that is not a fight you are going to win.
Cheyenne art dealer Harvey DeSelms tells Cowboy State Daily that he had to send an awkward text to the mayor on Sunday saying, "I told him we're going to need the city to come rescue a bunny." And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Yeah, we're back from news. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday, January 6th. We'll get to this day in history if we have time, but we got a busy schedule, jam-packed schedule. Renee Jean is here. Dr. Alexia Harris will be here, Wyoming Department of Health. So a lot to get to. Let's get Renee in the room. If I can push the right buttons, I will make Renee magically appear. Let's see if it worked. Yes, there she is. Renee, what are you doing?
What am I doing? Same thing I do every day.
Should we?
Are you Pinky or am I Pinky?
I want to talk about your Gillette Airport, a little bit of a success story there. United Airlines is enjoying some decent business out of Gillette. Could we do similar in Rock Springs and maybe even Cheyenne, where everybody drives to DIA to fly? What's going on in United and Gillette Airport?
Well, so, the whole point of this state minimum guarantee program all along has been to graduate these communities off of
assistance off of that assistance and get an airline that is flying to their community on their own dime. So it's kind of like in chemistry, you have a certain activation energy to get a reaction going, right? If you don't have enough energy, nothing happens. This airport program is kind of like activation energy for your airline economy. If you don't have a certain number of passengers, you don't have enough energy, nothing happens. And so by creating a minimum guarantee for the airline, you can get something started. And then you can build from there, build up the number of passengers, and eventually the reaction goes on its own without assistance. That was the whole concept of this from the very beginning. And so Gillette has demonstrated a little bit of success here for that idea. This is not just an ongoing forever subsidy kind of thing. Gillette now has United Airlines flying there on its own time. They're going to bring more flights. Part of the success story there, Jake, is people in Gillette were not prone to go for the cheap seats. Lots of people in Gillette chose premium seats. That helped make their market a little more sustainable a little sooner. So that's something the other airports are taking note of. Devin Brubaker, I talked with him in Rock Springs, Southwest Regional Airport. He's already talking to his community leaders about that, that we need as many people who can, those who can, spring for a little bit more kind of premium seats can kind of help get that off the ground and get them independent, Probably the next airport in line to successfully fly off into the sunset, so to speak, would be Cheyenne. Their flights are, 80, 90% full most of the time. They have been told by United and by WYDOT that they are actually getting close to that point where United would come and bring flights without that minimum guarantee. So it seems like this program is working. It does face a significant hurdle, though. That money that funded this is running out in the summer of 2026. So this year, that fund runs dry. If there is no replenishment of that fund, I think that the program's going to be awfully difficult to continue. Right now, it's a 60-40, 60% state match, 40% local match. So, it's not a free handout to the communities either. They have to provide a match. And then the airports, are incentivized through this program to work hard to get butts in the seats. So, their costs will go down. As they do that, they won't owe quite as much money. Not quite as much money will be coming out of the state funds. So it's structured in a way that it incentivizes the airports to really work hard toward this goal.
Renee Jean's story on for one thing, the sunsetting of sort of the subsidy money for air travel in Wyoming for these smaller airports appears to be working. Some success in Gillette. United said made a cool announcement. I think it's worth pointing out as far as the upgrade for seats and how important that is for an airline, for a carrier like United. I don't typically pay any extra for a short jump. And if you're getting on a flight in Gillette, you're going in United, you're going to the hub in Denver. It's a 45, hour tops flight. I'm not paying for an upgrade, but I am paying for where I go further. And that counts, right, Renee? Like if I'm
Yeah, actually, these little airports, they don't have first class, they don't have business class, they don't have premium seats on these tiny flights.
Yeah.
But your overall flight plan, that's available. And so once you connect in Denver and you get on a bigger airplane, you can have your business class or your first class or whatever.
Yeah.
Economy plus, whatever programs available and that you want. And so that gets credited back to the originating airport. And so it counts toward how the airline sees your community as far as, can I make an economic can I make money in this market? That's what it all boils down to.
So did you, Renee, get a personal tour of The Loft, the place where Craig Johnson writes his Longmire series, the desk that he sits down at? You really took us right inside the home, into the mind of award-winning author Craig Johnson. Pretty neat.
I did that through a phone interview,
Cool.
Jake. I did not get to tour Craig Johnson's home.
Yeah. You would have doubled the population in Ucross had you been there physically, but that's cool. Virtual tour.
Yeah, but it was kind of a virtual tour. There were photographs of his office where he writes at his website, and I kind of use those as the inspiration because I could kind of see that, where he writes. And I thought, that's kind of cool. He's got a nice, cool little space. He built that himself. He built Grass Ranch himself. He built the cabin he lives in. And then when they added on, he created a writing loft where he could create all of his stories. He does a lot of writing there, especially in the winter. And he's had really a great year this year, an award-winning year, 4 Lifetime Achievement Awards in 1 year. And, a lot of times we see these Lifetime Achievement Awards when somebody's ill and they're not long for this world. But so I think he wanted people to know that he's not getting ready to kick the bucket or anything with all these lifetime awards. He's not sure why he's getting them now. He feels like he's only halfway through his career. He's got there are many more mysteries to come.
Yeah, old authors never die. They just sequester themselves in a loft in Ucross in the middle of nowhere, Wyoming. Craig Johnson finds inspiration in that setting. I would too, with the desk and the window, and you need some auditory. You need the music. He likes what's on his playlist to get him inspired.
Yeah, so I was really intrigued to learn that he writes all of his stuff to music.
Yeah,
a lot of writers turn everything off. They don't get disturbed. They want to focus on what they're doing. They turn stuff off. But he writes to music. And he's lucky enough, he has a friend in the Music Movie Academy who will send him soundtracks to movies. So soundtracks are really cool because all the lyrics are gone. It's just the mood-inducing music. So, it puts on the right mood for the right scene.
Right.
And he told me that all of these novels actually have like a playlist of music that he listened to write it. Isn't that fascinating?
It is. It's so insightful. Being right now midway through all the Longmires, I'm probably a dozen books in, and I've still got another 10 or so to go. There's so many. I love it. I'm really getting into the head of Craig Johnson. I love his characters, his writing, and to learn this little tidbit. This is a nice little Easter egg, little breadcrumb. Craig says he gets these advanced copies of these soundtracks for a film, and he said, I don't know in what context it's used in the movie. I have no idea, but I know what I use it for in my book. Totally different purpose, different scene.
Pick things based on his mood or what kind of mood he wants to set music and to remember his ideas. And, I kind of Googled a little bit, and I don't see a lot of other articles that have covered this aspect of Craig's writing process before. So it is a kind of a new little tidbit. I guess he has mentioned it on his website that he does that, but it's buried in like 100 different posts. So this is just kind of a cool thing that hasn't really been written about a lot before.
No, it's very unique behind the scenes peek at Craig Johnson, New York Times novelist. We all know the Walt Longmire series. Very cool, Renee. You're hanging out with other celebrity creators. How about Chef Vincent Fiore? What's this story about cooking with cowboys? And he's up there in Story. And is Story Sheridan County or Johnson County, I think?
Sheridan.
It is Sheridan?
Story is near Sheridan. So I would think it's in Sheridan County. Probably.
It's right in between because Buffalo's in Johnson County, but as you get north towards Sheridan, you're getting into Sheridan County. What's some famous chefs doing hanging out at at the Cooking for Ranch Dude guest or something. What is it?
Yeah, I'm curious now. Story is in Sheridan County.
Okay, you're in Sheridan County by then. All right.
Yep. Well, so, I did a story on Vincent because he's got this Cooking with Cowboys series. It's streaming on Roku. He was here in Wyoming this summer doing some filming for episodes, and he squeezed in like an impromptu visit to the Wagon Box in Story on the recommendation of Kelly Estes, who's Visit Casper's film liaison. Kelly works with all kinds of production crews that are coming to Wyoming to film or photograph ranches. And so I thought that was really cool that he made Story stop on his itinerary. I don't know if it's going to show up in Cooking with Cowboys, but later, after he got home, he's kind of looking for another restaurant in Wyoming to work at, and he hadn't really found what he was looking for. Well, so after he got home, he got a call from a friend who knew what he was looking for and was like, I got the perfect place for you. Story, Wyoming at the Wagon Box. And he's like, oh, yeah, I know that place. That's a really cool place. So, finding out that this really cool place and Story that he really liked needed a chef, that started a conversation with the owner, Paul McNeil. Paul is still the owner, but he wants to focus more on the lodging aspect of the business and give the restaurant over to somebody who is more of an expert in that area. Vincent, of course, definitely knows his way around a kitchen. He staged a couple of pop-up culinary adventures at the Wagon Box, and those were pretty much sold-out shows. People loved it. Vincent really likes the community, so he's already making plans to switch his license plates around, and he's going to be leasing the Wagon Box from Paul, and so it'll be cool to see what develops there.
Yeah, well, this is huge news because last we heard, Renee, from you and your stories on Wagon Box. This is the place that was sort of the go-to pop-up headquarters for the firefighting efforts. And then we heard that the Wagon Box, that it was hard to get people in the door, and financially they may have to shutter the restaurant aspect anyway. So this is really good news for a Wagon Box second life.
Yeah, it is. I don't know about being fire headquarters. That was in Dayton.
Oh, okay. Am I thinking of the different place? Oh, all right.
Manchester. But Wagon Box has been struggling a little bit. Paul took it over and, was doing a lot of restoration. He was wanting to set up one of those decentralized autonomous organizations. That's a kind of a digital asset company.
Mm-hmm.
And so his idea was kind of like a digital timeshare. People could help him. He was looking for ways that people could invest in his project and help him get everything renovated. He's told me that he's put like $1 million into fixing that place up. I don't know how much he's really put into that, but he's put a lot into it. And so he was looking for investors basically through this DAO, but that touched off a lot of misunderstandings, a lot of controversy. So my understanding is he's shelved all of that, has no plans to move forward with any of that. But he's a writer, kind of a philosopher, I guess. And he likes to have some interesting events that sometimes bring along national attention, or what he calls hit pieces.
Right.
I don't know. I'm just saying, so those kind of things have caused the restaurant business to struggle a bit. And so I think he's trying to kind of separate and divide that out a little bit. A restaurant doesn't need to be political. It's where you go sit down and eat, right? So
presumably, yes. And it doesn't hurt to have a lot of stars after the name of the guy in the kitchen, your chef. Right. Cool. Yeah. Renee, fantastic stories.
Okay. See you later, Jake.
Yeah, have a great Tuesday. Renee Jean with her stories, one more fascinating than the next. Gillette's airport success, United Airlines dropping their air guarantee subsidy. It looks like they're self-sustainable. air travel out of Gillette. Can we do the same in Rock Springs and Cheyenne before the subsidies sunset here at the end of 26? Also, a behind-the-scenes peek at how, why, where Craig Johnson writes the Walt Longmire novels. Pretty neat, and a rare look at his U-Cross home. These stories and a whole bunch more from Renee Jean. You got to check them out in the Cowboy State Daily. Dr. Alexia Harris joins us next, right after this break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake Tuesday. Dr. Harris is with us. I'm so excited. Dr. Alexia Harris. I'm serious. Dr. Harris, you are like rock star status in my mind when it comes to medical advisors and just people I trust in medicine. And I'll tell you why in a minute. But just for now, know that I'm so excited to have you on. This segment may run over because there's so many things I want to discuss, from measles to the super flu to what was COVID. Oh my goodness, there's a lot there. This is the Wyoming State Health Officer, by the way, at Wyoming Department of Health since 2017. She's also the 2021 Wyoming Physician of the Year. It's about time they recognized Dr. Harris. Thanks for being on.
Well, thanks so much for having me, and thank you for those kind words. They certainly mean a lot.
Well, we're going to get to measles because, something we thought we'd never have to deal with since like 2000. And for the first time in maybe 15 years, we have measles in Wyoming. What does that mean? Should we be worried? Before we do that, I do want to talk about the topic of the day right now, which is this super flu. We got states, 45 states, those surrounding us, reporting real high cases of this H3N2 subclade K. What is this super flu, and what makes it so extra viral? And I think, I don't know if we've targeted a vaccine exactly to hit it. It was a surprise. What's going on with the super flu?
Sure. So, flu circulates every year, and this time of year in Wyoming is normally when we start to see flu levels increase, and we certainly are seeing that this year, which is consistent. H3N2 is a type of influenza A. It's been circulating for many years, so it's not a totally new type of flu. It's just that there was kind of a shift in it, which happens with flu very frequently, that occurred kind of after we had made decisions about what to include in this year's flu vaccine. And the flu vaccine protects against the H3N2, the H1N1, and also influenza B. So it's just a little different than what we prepared for, but still flu vaccines are really the best way to protect yourself, even if it's not a perfect match, because it does kind of prepare your immune system to even see this H3N2 virus, and is very helpful at protecting against severe illness and especially death from flu. People who get the flu vaccine still might get the flu, even with this, what they're calling a super flu, but much less likely to experience severe consequences.
Yeah. Is that something you don't care for, this whole nomenclature of super flu?
I think it's a little extreme.
Yeah.
We see this with flu. We know it changes, and that's why we recommend a flu shot every year, because we know that it changes. And the vaccine's not always a perfect match, but it does always provide a good level of protection and is our best strategy for prevention.
Yes. So vaccines still advised. We're hearing like 9 out of 10 flu cases are this particular strain that wasn't well targeted, but still a vaccine's going to just prep your body for what is the flu, however it manifests. Vaccine's still a good idea. Talking about vaccines, there's so much to talk about medicine, Dr. Harris, and I hope you're willing to go there with us. We see the CDC making unbelievable announcements. I don't know. You worked for the CDC. Well, that was like, was your gig at one time. RFK is overhauling the childhood immunization schedule, following more of a Denmark thing, and they don't vaccine. They have vaccines for. They don't recommend vaccines for kids for flu, COVID, RSV, chickenpox. There's this fear that in the vaccine there's maybe elements that could cause autism. That's been debunked. Just I don't know where to even start or where you're going to end, Dr. Harris, but just talk about this childhood immunization. What do you suggest as Wyoming's lead doc?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the changes that CDC made just came out yesterday. So we're still, trying to fully understand what those changes are. But from our understanding at the moment, right, I think the most important point is that parents have always had the option to get all of the vaccines on the childhood schedule. And the way even these new changes, what these new changes have done, that still remains. Parents continue to have the option to have their child protected against all the diseases that are on the vaccine schedule, the schedule that existed before the changes on Monday. So parents, what we certainly encourage parents to do is to talk to their healthcare providers about all of these vaccines. We know that healthcare providers are the most trusted source of information about vaccines and really all medical treatments. And we just empathize with parents at this point. We know that these are really tough decisions. We know that they are only trying to do what is best for their kids and make the decisions that is best for their kids' health. And there's so much information out there, and parents really deserve the best information as they're making these decisions. And again, these were their decisions to make prior to the change. They continue to be the parents' decisions to make after the change. So we encourage them to seek out really reliable and good sources of information, like their healthcare providers being the primary one. But really just encourage parents to continue to consider all of these vaccines. They all prevent really serious diseases. Many of them we've used for decades and know a lot about them and a lot about their safety and a lot about their effectiveness. And yeah, just your point that we have looked very closely at vaccines and autism, and there is no link there. And that really is a myth that has been debunked, especially for the MMR vaccine. Just really extensive long-term studies involving hundreds of thousands, even to millions of people. There's just no association between the measles, mumps, rubella vaccine and autism.
We're talking Dr. Harris, the Wyoming Department of Health. Trying to cover a lot of ground in medical world and news headlines today. Let's dive deep into measles now. I like the fact that in Wyoming, we inform parents, leave a decision with them as far as childhood immunization, but be careful. In West Texas, a close-knit, low vaccine community in Gaines County is likely ground zero for this new measles outbreak. Now in 42 states nationwide, Wyoming has not had to deal with measles since, I don't know when, doctor, you can tell us, been a while, over a decade. We now have 14 measles cases, maybe more. You can give us the update. 5 new cases in Fremont County. And I want to talk about how you were able to trace those to exact where and when. That's incredible. But is this something to worry about with measles? I thought we had herd immunity.
Yeah, so measles was eliminated in the United States in the year 2000, which means that we didn't see prolonged spread of measles. We would see measles cases typically from people in the U.S. who are unvaccinated traveling overseas. They might come back with measles and have limited spread, but not sort of continued spread. That's what elimination means. So Wyoming's last case of measles before this year was in the year 2010, but actually the last time we saw measles spread within the state was all the way back in 2000. So 25 years ago when measles was eliminated. We've had 15 cases of measles so far in Wyoming. 13 of those were unvaccinated individuals. But I also want to point out that, the vast majority of Wyoming residents are vaccinated against measles. So the MMR vaccine, more than 93% of kindergartners have at least one dose before they enter kindergarten. So most people in Wyoming are protected. So it's not likely that we're going to see kind of widespread continued transmission of measles in Wyoming. But where we might see it and where we have seen it is, spread within maybe communities or neighborhoods of people where vaccination, where fewer percent of people are vaccinated. Measles is one of the most infectious diseases that we know. And so you really need a very high community immunity level, over 95%, in order to prevent the spread of measles. And that's what makes it so tricky. So even that 93%, that's pretty darn good, right, for vaccination rates. But in some places, we know that that's even lower, and we may and have seen the spread of measles.
Community immunity. I haven't heard that phrase since the COVID era and the pandemic, and what we were targeting to get to any kind of herd immunity. So it is. Tell me again about measles. What is it? How does it manifest with us? What are the symptoms? And you did mention that it is very contagious. Lives in the air for like hours. Like it's spreadable.
Yep. Yep. So measles is a virus infection and it's what we call an airborne disease. So unlike COVID and flu, which you really kind of need close contact for a period of time, that virus, measles virus, can remain in the air, we think, for up to 2 hours, even after someone leaves a room. So 90% of people who are susceptible to measles, who are exposed, will get measles. That's a very high percentage. Measles causes a high fever and a rash. It's certainly a very kind of uncomfortable infection that makes people feel very sick, but it can also cause some serious complications, in particular pneumonia and encephalitis, which is an inflammation of the brain, are the two most common serious complications, and can lead to hospitalization and death. So this year in the United States, particularly in those younger kids less than 5, 1 in 5 of those kids that have gotten measles have needed to go to the hospital. So a lot of people think of measles, oh, it's just a fever and a rash. It will be gone in a couple of days. And for most people that, while they do feel ill, they do recover. But we are concerned about kind of those more serious complications and the risk of hospitalization and death and long-term consequences. There have been 3 deaths from measles in the United States this year, none in Wyoming, thank goodness, but 2 were among children.
State Health Officer Dr. Alexia Harris is with us, been working for the Department of Health since 2017. One more thing on the measles, doctor, is there a point where you would go get another vaccine or another booster or whatever? If you've been immunized, if you've had the vaccine for measles, at what date of birth do you suggest it wouldn't hurt to go back and get another? Or
Yeah, most people don't need any other doses.
Okay.
Folks who were vaccinated against measles in childhood really have long-lasting, lifelong protection. So there's no booster doses recommended. Some of us kind of older adults might have only gotten 1 dose. If those adults are in higher risk situations like practicing in healthcare or traveling internationally, they might want a second dose. And they can talk to their healthcare provider about that. But those folks who received 2 doses in childhood don't need another dose. I will, though, also note that, getting vaccinated not only protects ourselves, but there are folks who can't get vaccinated. So we don't start routine vaccinations for measles until 1 year old. And so those babies don't really have the option to get the vaccine to be protected. And there are, of course, people with compromised immune systems who face kind of the same challenges. And so, getting vaccinated not only helps protect ourselves from severe illness, but helps prevent spread to those babies and folks who might not have that option.
when it comes to some of the worst, most deadly viruses around the world, contact tracing is so crucial. We found with COVID-19, with the pandemic, that we were just behind the 8 ball when this got out of China. China's not exactly the most transparent nation of all time. And contact, stopping it, finding out where it started, how it's stopping a spread with today's air travel, it's impossible. But you were able to do some contact tracing with the measles, the last 5 cases in Fremont County, and it shouldn't be a surprise. You have a background with being in Sierra Leone twice, back in 2014-15, regarding the Ebola outbreak. Your first trip there, you did contact tracing. This is what you did. You found the 5 new cases in Fremont County came from when and where. You were able to pin it down pretty good.
Sure. So every, case of measles that's diagnosed is reported to the Wyoming Department of Health. And then our investigation involves several steps, right? We want to make sure that the folks who have measles, of course, have what they need to get healthy again, but also to make sure that it doesn't spread to anybody else. So we typically ask folks to stay home, but also try to figure out, of course, what might be the source. And so for 13 out of the 15 of our cases, the source of measles infection has been either outside of the state of Wyoming or outside of the country, with then some spread, in the state to kind of close contacts. But identifying those folks who are exposed and asking them to stay home, then helps prevent spread, more widespread transmission in the community. So that's really our goal, is to stop those chains of transmission by identifying the source, doing contact tracing. We really want to let everybody who's had a measles exposure be made aware of that exposure so that they can take care of themselves and make the right decision for themselves in terms of what they might need or how to protect others.
Yeah, good point. I mean, the opportunity to self-sequester, if you're just armed with the knowledge of what is, I don't know, what I call ground zero, at least you can say, oh, I was there at that time. Maybe I stay home until I see if I have symptoms or not. Yeah, that's pretty crucial in stopping spread. One last thing, Dr. Harris, let's go back to the COVID era. My goodness, I don't want to relive that. Me personally, and this is me, I had a real distrust of anything I heard from Dr. Fauci. Here locally in Teton County, I felt we were, it was, headlines were sensationalized and hyped. You were the one true place I would go to say, what am I to make of this COVID? I would listen to statements that came out of the Wyoming Department of Health. I know the Governor Mark Gordon, consulted you every step along the way as to what measures to take to slow the spread, when it was okay to go out again unmasked, all of that. You were key in that. What was COVID? What could we have done better? And why are we probably never rid of it?
Sure. So COVID, of course, everyone remembers, emerged in 2019 out of China. It was a novel coronavirus. So anytime there's a new virus that people have never seen before, we don't have any immunity to it. And so that was the concern. And when you think back to 2020, it's different here in 2026, having 6 years of experience and knowing a lot more and having a lot more tools to fight that virus than we did in 2020. We didn't know a lot about it. We didn't have any tools like medications or vaccines against it. And the real concern was, are so many people going to get sick that our healthcare systems are going to be overwhelmed? I mean, it became clear at one point we weren't going to stop the spread of COVID, but are we going to overwhelm our healthcare systems to the point where people with COVID or people with heart attacks or strokes aren't going to be able to access care? So that was our real goal in COVID, was to, keep levels of transmission to the point where our healthcare systems could operate. I think we did that in large part. We know a lot more now. I'm very proud of the fact that we kept schools open schools in falls of 2020 and never closed them again. That was a real priority of ours. We felt like we were able to operate schools safely with precautions in place, and we did. Kids played sports. There was really no limitations on activities. Novel viruses are hard because you don't know a lot about them at first. And I think we just tried to strike the right balance between wanting to make sure people could access healthcare but putting reasonable precautions in place to protect folks as well. So, that was really kind of what we were thinking. What's the right balance there in those really tough years? And every time we go to a new year, I'm happy because it's further away from 2020. I will tell you that.
That's true. Well, Dr. Harris, I just feel so much better having you doing what you do at Wyoming Department of Health. Your background in the Zika virus, that outbreak in 2016, your Ebola, and certainly today, Wyoming has now to worry always about SARS, COVID, RSV, and now measles. And I'm glad you're there, although I do want you to get out of the office a little bit and get out for a run. Have you already made one, or are you headed out now?
I didn't run this morning because it's a little bit windy here in Cheyenne. But hopefully, shockingly, I know that will surprise everybody. But hopefully tomorrow morning, the dog and I can get out again.
Very good. You have that, what is it, a poodle?
A poodle. Yeah. Yep. Standard poodle, big poodle.
Oh, so it can keep up with you. Yeah, it's like a long-legged poodle. Excellent. Oh, you've got to come back on. Hopefully not, a dire need for medical advice. Hopefully it's just... I did see the Department of Health put out... You ought to know. You're the boss of everybody over there, right? There was some press release about something. It wasn't the flu
Health
vaccine.
Transformation Fund.
What was it?
The Rural Health Transformation Fund.
No, although that's a lot there as well. How do we divvy up $205 million? No, it was, oh, dang. I'm not going to remember. I'll remember as soon as you leave, but that's okay. Wasn't that important. Thanks, Dr. Harris. I appreciate you being on.
Thanks for having me on.
You bet. Have a great Tuesday. Dr. Alexia Harris, we're so fortunate to have her doing what she does at the Wyoming Department of Health since 2017. State Health Officer. Whenever something important happens out of Department of Health, WDH, it's going to be Dr. Harris likely behind it. And I feel just so much safer and healthier with her in charge of that stuff. Final break of the show, and we'll head for the finish line.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show, final hour, and just down to the last few minutes of the Tuesday edition. I need what they call in the radio business dead air to try to remind myself of what it was Wyoming Department of Health. I just got an email about something, and I cannot remember. Silence the music. I can't remember what it was, but I guess it wasn't that important. We covered the important things with Dr. Alexia Harris regarding anything to do with medicine, health, wellness in Wyoming, whether it's this new super flu, this H3N2 subclade K that they're talking about. 90% of the flu cases right now are this particular strain, which is supposedly more spreadable. What they called that thing an RA factor. Remember that from the pandemic, from COVID, the RA factor, the ability of the spread. I think it was the RA factor. Supposedly the super flu is spreading better than most flus, and it's hitting people harder with symptoms than most flus. And the vaccine didn't particularly target this strain very well. So you're seeing, as Dr. Harris said, it might be a little hyperbole to call it super flu. It's flu. It's flu season. Flu goes around. Vaccine's still effective in many ways, but flu is hitting many states, many communities pretty hard. So we talked about super flu. We talked about measles, which is now seeing a resurgence, and that's traced back to West Texas in a certain community that was kind of anti-vaxxing. We talked about, speaking of anti-vaxxing, RFK's new policies, kind of rewriting the playbook, CDC playbook on childhood immunization, what you should be immunized for, following more the Denmark way of doing things. Denmark does not recommend childhood vaccines for a number of things, including flu. And again, the U.S. just did announce, the CDC just announced this yesterday, and we sprung it on Dr. Harris. What do you think of this? She's like, we're just learning this happened yesterday. Following the way Denmark does their vaccines for kids, they do not recommend, they do not include in their childhood schedule of immunization vaccines for flu, COVID, RSV, chickenpox, hepatitis A, rotavirus, and meningitis. Those are not included in Denmark and will now not be part of the recommended or scheduled immunization programs for kids in the U.S. RFK made this overhaul of childhood immunization schedule via the CDC, just announced yesterday. So Dr. Harris and I kind of talked about that. We reminisced about the good old days of COVID and the pandemic. And we talked about a lot of things. It's so interesting. We got to do this day in history before our time is up. Let's get it in, squeeze it in real quick here. January 6th is the day, and these are the things that happen on this day. A lot of things, so we better get to it. Jedediah Smith, mountain man, famed mountain man, discoverer South Bass, and so much more. He was born on this day. Happy birthday, Jedediah Smith, 1799. Oh, to be born right at the turn of a century. 1799. Born in Bainbridge, New York, and of course made his way out west. Jedediah Smith celebrating a birthday today. The Catholic Vicariate of the Rocky Mountains was divided, and the Vicariate of Nebraska, which included what would become the Diocese of Cheyenne, was created this day, 1857. 1868, news arrives in Cheyenne that Dakota Territorial Legislature issued a city charter to Cheyenne. Remember, at one time, Cheyenne and part of Wyoming was technically part of the Dakota Territory, and before it became Wyoming Territory and then a state. Gillette was incorporated on this day, 1892. Happy birthday, happy anniversary, Gillette. In 1912, on this day, New Mexico became the 47th state to join the Union. The USS Wyoming, that would be the ship, entered Panama Canal on this day in 1913. Teddy Roosevelt died in Oyster Bay, New York. Photos of the time depicted him as a very aged man. He looked quite old for only 60 years old, but keep in mind, Teddy Roosevelt had a heart condition that was detected just before his first marriage. His physician at the time gave him advice to take things easy, stay at home, don't try to exert too much. And Teddy did the exact opposite. He said, well, if I got this heart issue and, the doc says stay indoors for fear, he's like, I've got to jam that much more living in a shorter amount of time. He told his sister, in fact, that he had a lot of living to do as he would die by the time he was 60. Well, he turned out to be exactly right on that. But he did do it all, man, in his limited time, both politically and the way he lived his life, Teddy Roosevelt. 1921, U.S. Navy orders the sale of 125 flying boats to encourage commercial aviation. In 1936, the Supreme Court of the United States rules that the 1933 Agriculture Adjustment Act was unconstitutional. 1941, another Roosevelt, Franklin D., in his State of Address outlined the goal of 4 freedoms. This speech was historic, and, it's worth rereading today. His speech on the 4 freedoms for the world included freedom of speech and expression, freedom of people to worship their God in their own way, and the freedom from want and freedom from fear. 4 freedoms from FDR's State of the Union address on this day in 1941. Governor Lester Hunt urged gifts of books to servicemen during World War II, 1943 this day. 2003, David Friedenthal took office as governor. Dave Friedenthal, I think, the last Democrat governor we had, wasn't he? And Liz Cheney on this day dropped out of the primary campaign for U.S. Senate, citing health concerns with her family. 2014, and of course, who can forget 2021, the insurrection, the whole J6, January 6th, the insurrection at Washington, D.C. that took place back in 2021. All these things happened this day in history. It's Jan 6th. Tomorrow will be January 7th, and we'll be here right on time as usual. But for now, have a great Tuesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.